Good afternoon, everyone. We are live with severe storm coverage this afternoon. Things are going to be going down the hill quickly as they've already issued a severe thunderstorm watch for much of north and central Texas, as well as a tornado watch for those areas into Oklahoma. You can actually see we've already have numerous storms that have already formed southwest of the DFW Metroplex. But right now, let's get you all caught up. Welcome aboard, everyone. So I am actually live currently on Facebook as well as YouTube. So you can follow me on both areas. A lot of people like to watch me on YouTube so they can kind of put it up on the big screen, if you will. So yeah, this is a different animal than what we were dealing with yesterday, folks. So this is going to be one of those things that we got to be highly weather aware today, because the atmosphere is very capable of producing some significant severe weather. Now obviously we saw a ton of that yesterday, unfortunately. So some of the latest reports, we were coming in at 24, I think, unfortunately 23 casualties just in London, Kentucky alone, with that devastating tornado overnight. We had more tornadoes over St. Louis, downtown St. Louis, and then we had some couple trees that fell on some cars in West Virginia. So yeah, it's been really havoc out there, and that's over 30 fatalities yesterday. I think so far we've had 26 confirmed tornadoes just yesterday alone. Now everything is moved into the central areas. So now we're talking about a dry line coming in. We've got also a disturbance that's coming in from the west. That's going to cause the Capitol Road, and it's already starting to happen out here in southwest of the Metroplex. We do have that severe thunderstorm watch included for much of North Texas as well as into central Texas, and that could pose some significant hail. So how they come up with that is the updrafts, the capability of some of these updrafts later on this afternoon. We're talking 100 miles an hour, folks, 100 miles an hour. So that is pretty significant. That can support some softball sized hail. Now, hopefully, it doesn't come to that, but that is just what the atmosphere is definitely calling for today. If we get to those 100-mile-per-hour updrafts, it can keep that hailstone up in the atmosphere a good 20 or 30 minutes. And then before it's allowed to fall to the surface, we could be looking at some serious, significant hail doing some serious damage, and also some 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we are expecting, like we're seeing right now, the initial stage of some isolated supercells, likely a bigger hail threat, even a tornado threat. We do actually have a couple tornadoes that are, in fact, could come to fruition, but we also could congeal into more of a squall line later on this afternoon into the early evening. And if that does happen, then the actual hail threat would come down, and then the wind threat would go up. And that's when we could see possibly those 70, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts as we get deeper in the afternoon and the early evening. And you could also have a tornado or two along that leading edge as well. So it could be a significant day, not just in North Texas, but even to the north into, sorry, folks, let me put it on silent. To the north into Oklahoma. So we do have a tornado watch. The predominant threat for them, unfortunately, is going to be some tornadoes. So they led with the tornado watch, a couple tornadoes possible. We could be looking at some more significant hail, possibly up to 3 inches. That is a little bit greater than baseball size hail. Some wind gust upwards to 70 miles an hour. So definitely a high impact day. So let's take the watches and warnings out. Hello, how's it going? How's it going, everybody? You can't hear me talking? Can everybody hear me out there? Yeah, you should be able to hear me on Facebook as well as into YouTube as well. Yeah, give me like a thumbs up. People responding. You can hear me. Yes, I get a yes. Okay, great. I saw one person said I can't hear him. So that's always, you have good confirmation that you can actually hear me. So all right, let's kind of delve into this, folks. So because we already are, getting some severe storms out here southwest of the Metroplex. This was expected. It actually formed a little bit sooner than expected. So we've already got some significant weather, and that does include some golf ball size hail, but already happening down there towards Comanche into the Hamilton region. Now, this is southwest of the Metroplex, but this is where things are starting to kind of come together. We're starting to see the capit inversion to start to erode in some of the higher levels of the atmosphere. And we're watching some of these cloud tops start to come a little bit higher up in the atmosphere, these echo tops, they call them. And I know yesterday we peaked out around 50,000, and we're already above that, folks. I mean, we're already at 53,000 feet in some of these supercells. So we're going to be watching this because, the atmosphere is likely calling for maybe up to 60 miles an hour. So the bigger the ceiling can get today, the bigger the storms can get. And that's the bigger the hail and the more room they have to rotate at the surface, unfortunately. So we'll be watching the echo tops because they're going to be fairly important. And 53,000 feet is definitely nothing to sneeze at. You know how long a mile is, and that's you're approaching 9-10 miles up in the atmosphere. So that is definitely a lot of room to turn severe pretty quickly. So all right, so we're already getting some larger hail out of these. We've had some confirmation of some some quarter size hail, maybe up some golf ball size hail. Let's put the reports back on. All right, so they're slowly starting to come in. We've got a quarter size hail report further south into south of Brady there. Hey, how's Prosper looking? So yeah, Prosper is basically you're talking 4 or 5, about 5 o'clock for Prosper. So this is what, 3:15. So this is a 3:15 time frame. You can kind of see where they are right now. So this is all supposed to really rapidly explode as we continue to move towards the Metroplex. And we'll put the storm motion on these. These are essentially moving northeast as of right now, and that's predominantly going to be the storm motion as we go throughout the day. I would think overall this is going to be about a 60 to 70% coverage event. Yesterday was more of an isolated threat. Only 30% of the Metroplex actually saw some rain or even type of stronger storms. Today is a different beast. We're talking double yesterday, even higher than that, of 60 to 70 miles an hour. That's why we do have that enhanced risk in play. And we also have that hatched risk in play where we have the significant hail threat, and the severe thunderstorm watch calls for potentially up to softball size hail. So hopefully we don't get to that level, but that is definitely what the atmosphere could produce if everything kind of comes together, this afternoon into the early evening time frame. Hey, Andy, my Mad Hustle, my man, throwing a sponsor during the storm. Oh, well, it's always on there. Hey, my girlfriend family lives to Gatesville. Will they get hit? Yeah, most areas are going to see some at least rain today. We'll watch this as it evolves as we get deeper into the afternoon. But we are expecting this area right here, southwest of the Metroplex, to really start to bubble up as it gets closer towards the I-35 corridor. I'm expecting it to be in Fort Worth area towards like that 5 o'clock time frame, and then be over the Dallas-Fort Worth area, getting to Denton, Gainesville, towards maybe the Flower Mound region, those areas towards at 6 o'clock, and then towards the McKinney region, Plano, Garland, east side of Dallas, likely towards that 7 o'clock time frame. And then getting into East Texas as we towards 8 o'clock, we could have another piece of energy, maybe 8-9 o'clock comes from the southwest and moves back over the Metroplex. But right now it's through 10 o'clock. That's what the watch goes till. So by the time we get to 9-10 o'clock, things are going to be winding down in a big way. So it's probably going to get pretty bumpy for about a 3-hour time frame, likely between 5 and about 4 and 7. I think that would be the peak, 4 and 7 o'clock across the Metroplex, 4 west, 7 east, and then start to wind down. So this is just the initial stage of it. And then we'll hit, and that's peak heating too. So when I was coming on board here, I was seeing some of the temperatures, and yeah, the dew points are insanely high today. I mean, we're talking 76 dew point. The temperature is 90 right now. The heat index is 100. So I don't need to tell you, the atmosphere is definitely prime for severe weather. You've got high moisture content in the atmosphere. You've got an active dry line. You've got 100-mile-per-hour updraft. You've got lift in the atmosphere with that disturbance coming from the west. You've got convective available potential energy over the 5,000 range. So you've got a lot of the pieces of the puzzle saying, hey, this could turn out to be a fairly, significant day. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center has an enhanced risk issued right now. And so that's why we're doing live coverage to keep you kind of well ahead of the storm. I always like to come on, right after they issue the severe thunderstorm watch and really for the duration of the watch, because you never really know in this type of atmosphere, how soon something can bubble up, and they can happen, pretty quickly. So even though you're not really seeing anything up here at the moment, doesn't mean there won't be anything like there in about 20 minutes time frame, because the cap is eroding as we speak. So once these updrafts get a little bit closer to the metroplex, that's going to cause the upward rising motion air, and that will be able to, elevate that ceiling, if you will, and produce those towering cloud tops that will produce the towering storms eventually as they move, west to east across the metroplex. Yeah, 1 to 2 tornadoes definitely can't be ruled out. I mean, yesterday was more of an isolated threat, and we did in fact probably have one not confirmed yet in that Ennis region towards Rice, Alma. There likely would have been something that maybe we had a confirmed funnel at least, but we never had confirmation that one touched the ground. But the National Weather Service will be doing the surveys. But we definitely had a pretty significant hook on radar. I posted about it around 8:06. And then we had a couple storm chasers confirming at 8:32. They did, in fact, see that funnel cloud. So there could have been something that possibly lowered between that 8:06 and 8:32 yesterday. Yeah, let's catch everybody up to speed. So we are under that enhanced risk. This is an elevated level 3 risk for the Metroplex. So basically, what that means is, severe storms are more numerous. You have about a 30% probability of seeing a severe storm within a 25-mile radius of your home. If you get those areas into the yellow, that typically means you have a 15% chance of a severe storm within about a 25-mile radius of your home. And obviously, the green is your lower end. That's a marginal risk. And you only have like a 5% chance of seeing a severe storm within 25 miles of your home. So if we go through the risk and we kind of look at this and break it down for you, you can see where the most significant risk for today is right over the Dallas area, right over the heart of North Texas, southwest of the Metroplex. You can see the bend. These are storms forming some from the southwest, and these are going to be lifting northeast through the Metroplex into the evening time frame. And then we also have that threat into Oklahoma. So that is a slight risk for significant hail. The yellow means we have a 15% probability of seeing potentially significant hail within that 25-mile radius of your home. The red essentially basically means about a 30% chance of seeing likely some larger hail, golf ball size or greater, within a 25-mile radius of your home. So obviously Dallas is in a higher risk day, and that is for hail. That's for hail today. But we also have, a wind risk, which could it congeal into a squall line if these things do in fact kind of come together and form a squall line. If and when that does happen, then the wind risk would likely go up and the hail threat would likely go down. So as you can see, based on the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center, and they literally just updated this about 3 o'clock, it has the most significant winds pushing as they push deeper into the evening, because they feel like the squall line is not going to really start to come to fruition until later on this evening. And that would likely be northeast of the Metroplex, where it could congeal into more of a squall line with higher wind gust of that 70, 75, 80 miles an hour potentially. The hail threat would likely come down with that if that does in fact come to fruition. And then that's where you could see some tornadoes along that line, because we do have, a little bit of an elevated tornado threat today. So you can kind of see the tornado risk This is an expansion risk. This is a 5% risk. They basically go from 2, 10, 2, 5, 10, upwards to 15, sometimes 30, which is definitely very rare. So a 5% would be considered an elevated risk. That basically means you have a 5% probability of seeing a tornado, again, within about a 25-mile-per-hour radius of your home. So it's not a strong risk, but it definitely is an elevated risk, and that's why we have the potential for a couple of tornadoes. Definitely not out of the question. A couple of tornadoes if everything kind of comes together. That's not just that southwest of the Metroplex. That's most of North Texas. That's most along the Red River, getting into Oklahoma, goes all the way upwards to almost Kansas, right? So outside of that, can't be ruled out. That would be a low risk where you see the areas in green. So even in the areas in green, can still see a tornado or two. That's definitely not out of the question. The probabilities likely lower, but you can definitely see a tornado or two, within that area. So those are the updated risk, from the Storm Prediction Center. And of course, we've got more days tomorrow, and we got more days on Monday. But we'll just be concentrated on today because I don't want to get anybody confused between the days because it's essentially going to be the same areas for all 3 days. So. But as we've been doing live coverage here, things have been kind of holding their own. There haven't really moved anywhere. I really haven't seen any other activity likely trying to form outside of this little conglomerate of storms at the moment. So the winds in Hamilton are starting to bow out a little bit. Let's see. Let's push it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, actually they are. Now that we actually moved it to the West Texas radar versus North Texas, it's a little bit closer. You can actually start to see this bowing feature, if you will. It's not that prevalent, but they are kind of getting an initial push, and that's likely the beginning stages of a little bit higher wind gust are trying to form out of this supercell. But it's got a ton of lightning, right? Look at all those lightning strikes down there. And that purple is indicating just some very intense heavy rain and likely indicating some larger hail trying to form out of that supercell. Wow, look at that. That's going to be probably our first big one of the day, folks. Look at that cloud top. That's 58,000 feet. This is going to be a significant storm, right? So, this is crucial because if we can break that ceiling and get a 60,000 foot cloud top early on, we're going to have a supercell, right? And supercells last for an extended period of time. So if they're leaving some hail within that, it's going to be lifting northeast. So that northeast trajectory would take it, through the heart of the Metroplex. So we're going to watch this storm. So that is definitely concerning that we're actually seeing, upwards to almost close to 60,000 foot cloud top right now out of that storm. So right now we've got some quarter size hail, but I can guarantee you this is getting stronger as we speak. And we're going to be starting to see in some more significant hail starting to come out of that. I mean, it's already kind of showing that's growing as we speak. This is look at all the lightning strikes. You can see the intensity out of this, that it's definitely getting stronger and stronger with every minute that it goes by. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. Hey Dennis. Yep. Shoot me a thumbs up. Make sure you're following me on YouTube. Make sure you're following me on Facebook. Greatly appreciate watching live coverage. I did, in fact, include YouTube today, so you can follow me on YouTube as well if you want to blow me up on the big screen. I know a lot of people talk about that. I like to watch you on the big screen because I can only do that on YouTube. So it's an evolution in progress. The cap is breaking as we speak. I mean, you don't get a 60,000 foot cloud top with the cap out west, so it is not even a factor out west. So as this system gets closer into the Metroplex, it is going to continuing to erode. It's like you said, yeah, minus 12 line at a 700 millibar. Yeah. Oh, I have you on the big screen. Hey, I appreciate it. Awesome. Yeah, so right now it's about 3:30 in the afternoon, and we're just watching the initial stage of some stronger storms starting to form out west, mainly southwest of the metroplex here, going through Oklahoma. Not much happening in Oklahoma right now. So really the only things happening currently is right here in southwest of the metroplex, specifically out towards West Texas, Southwest Texas. We're seeing a couple different cells, not too out of hand at the moment, but we do have that one cell south of Brady that is starting to show signs that it's trying to grow in intensity. And the higher the cloud top can get, the bigger the storm can get. So we'll be watching this evolve. Yeah, pretty rare to see those Cape values at 5,000 range, folks. Yeah, this is definitely, um, 5,000 is pretty significant. That's a lot of energy in the atmosphere. You got to realize that just an average thunderstorm takes about 1,000 joules per kilogram, and this is about five. So this is about five times the normal levels that you would typically see just in an average thunderstorm. So that can be pretty intense if everything kind of comes together and takes advantage of all that potential energy in the atmosphere that is available. What's the average cloud top height? Well, the cap is usually around 5,000. So when there's a cap in place, I can't even really get above 5,000 technically. Um, an average height's 10, 15,000. Yeah, these are going to be, three, four times that today. I think cirrus clouds are right around 10, sometimes pretty high up there, 12,000. Yeah, a normal cloud top's seven, some are five, seven, 10. But yeah, this is this is 50,000. I'm almost 60,000. That's pretty significant. Hey Angela, timing for Melissa, I would say closer to the 6, 7 o'clock time frame. And Melissa, that's probably a pretty good bet. Maybe towards the seven, since you're likely east of 75 there. So still a ways off. This is still a good, 100 miles away from you. Yeah, let's zoom in. We got another supercell again south of Brady. This is pretty significant. This is producing some ping pong size hail right along business 87. We've got confirmation there. It has some quarter size hail that's already fallen based on law enforcement from some of the ground spotters. But there's, based on this, it's probably a little bit bigger right now. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, right around that inch. It's still sporting around that inch category. So this one's right around about an inch and a quarter in spots. So it's getting there. Here's that one storm. Yeah, about an inch and three fourths. So it's definitely gaining in intensity. There's an inch and a half. So we're definitely approaching the ping pong size hail right now, south of Mullen. So that's definitely getting a little bit more intense as we speak. These are all essentially moving northeast. This one's moving northeast around 25 miles an hour. So northeast about 25 miles an hour. Not terribly too fast, right? I mean, some of these could be moving at 50 or 60 miles an hour. Hey Robin, ETA in West Frisco. I would imagine 5:30, 6 o'clock, getting towards that West Frisco region. That would probably be a good bet. Right now it's 3:30. So you probably got a good two and a half, a good 2.5 hours away, 2.5 hours away. Yeah, most of North Texas is okay. We're starting to get a little bit of storms. I mean, you look for anything in this type of atmosphere. It don't take much for you look for any little activity trying to bubble up here. Yeah, I know you guys like have plans, right? I get it. This is Saturday night, Saturday afternoon. I would imagine you would have plans. This is one of those evenings that it's probably going to get disrupted. We do have a severe threat. The severe threat goes until 10 o'clock. So we have, a numerous storms that are going to be going through the Metroplex. We're probably going to have delays. We're probably going to have cancellations. Um, so it's just one of those nights. It's definitely an inconvenience that's coming in on a Saturday night, but it's also one of those significant nights that you got to be just aware. That's why we're doing live coverage. Things could turn down pretty quickly. There's outdoor warning signs, sirens in place. So whenever you hear a siren, those are designed to get your button indoors. That's the sole purpose of them. If you're inside, you're not really expected to hear them. They're only meant to be the ones that are outside to get indoors. So if you do hear one of those sirens go off, it's going to be really for all three today. It's going to be possibly a tornado on radar or some sort of confirmed tornado. It could be some larger hail, maybe golf ball size or higher. It could even be some wind. It could be some 65 mile per hour or higher wind gusts. So they sound them for all three now. So, and those are solely meant. So you don't want to be outside when there's golf ball size hail, right? You don't want to be outside if there's a tornado. You don't want to be outside if there's a 70 mile per hour wind gust coming my way. So those are solely meant to get inside. That's first and foremost, is to get inside. And then if you're inside and if you have a warning, and if it's a tornado warning, that's when you start getting in your safe place. So this could be a damaging day. So we are expecting some larger hail, right? So this could be significant. So if it's one of those times where if you got the capability, you can park in undercover, you can park in a garage, I would solely advise it. But rather be safe than sorry, right? We can't like tell you exactly if hail is going to hit your house or not. It's basically that's impossible, but we can tell you the atmosphere is capable of producing some hail in a pretty widespread area. 30% is actually fairly widespread that could get some sort of potential hail today. Yeah, let's go over some of these. I know you get a lot of questions on these Kate values, and so I was talking about this, and this is your effective, basically your convective potential energy in the atmosphere. And if you're looking at this, and it looks like deep purple, which is significant, right? So you're looking at this deep purple. Hey, Judy, thanks so much for the donation. Greatly appreciated. I mean, this is what the atmosphere is right now. I mean, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This doesn't really mean rain. It just means there's a high potential, some significant weather to take advantage. This is what the disturbance is going to be running into in the Metroplex. This is what we're concerned about right here. Look at that deep purple. We're talking 5,500. That is significant. So that basically means we have 100 mile per hour updrafts today. So as this updraft runs into this atmosphere, that is going to produce some significant hail. You don't get the only way you can get a softball size hail if you have a very intense updraft. The more intense updraft you get, the bigger the hail can get. And we already seeing that 58,000 foot cloud top that can easily produce, just with the 58,000 foot cloud top, that, probably baseball to grapefruit size hail if everything peaks out in that intensity. So the higher that cloud top can get, the more intense that hail can be. And this is the energy it has to run into today. So that's why we're definitely concerned today, folks. This is why we're concerned. This is kind of a rare day that you see in North Texas, that we basically really don't have much of a capit inversion in place, and we've got all this convective energy to work with. So that's why we're doing live coverage, and that's why we're concerned about the atmosphere, this afternoon. And you can see as we continue to evolve in the afternoon, this will kind of move around. But that's 5 o'clock. I mean, this is basically when the atmosphere is hitting that atmosphere. Once it rains, the energy starts to come down. So it's seeing those storms by 6 o'clock entering Denton, Dallas, those areas. And as we get towards that 7 o'clock, you can see the movement across the Metroplex. As it rains and as it takes advantage of that energy, then that energy starts to come way down because the atmosphere is really starting to um, kind of settle itself out and become pretty neutral by then, and that just pushes and spreads out all the energy out. So that's the setup right now. Well, right now we're at 3 o'clock. Storms are out west. This has got to run into this energy. So there's 4 o'clock, right? You can see storms starting to bubble up here, just east of Graham, there west of Denton, and then there's the setup by 5 o'clock, right? So this is, you can actually see where the initial lines of storms could likely be approaching the Fort Worth region, Weatherford, the Bridgeport region, approaching Denton, Flower Mound, Dallas, Burleson, those areas. That's 5 o'clock. And then there's 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock, it could be lit up across Collin County, Plano, Garland, Dallas, Waxahachie, those areas in McKinney, further north, Prosper, Salina, Melissa, Gunner, those areas, so then you have 7 o'clock. It can move pretty quickly, right? I mean, it's going to come in like a vengeance. It's going to hit you like a ton of bricks. So if we could, get this thing in and out pretty quickly, then it might not last for very long. I mean, it's basically one punch. We could have another punch on a smaller scale, try to come up from the southwest side, potentially towards, this one could come up towards Cleburne, basically into Fort Worth and Dallas, and not be as nearly as strong on the back end of that severe weather watch. But you can see we've got about a 2 to 3 hour window where things could get pretty bumpy across the Metroplex, and then things kind of wind down after that. Well, let's go back to live coverage here. So we've got, again, we're just starting to continue to stack these severe thunderstorm warnings. We're continuing to stack them through Stephenville. These are all kind of moderately, and the main heavy stuff is still back out southwest of the Metroplex. That's where the strongest ones are still. They're closer to the updraft, the storm that's causing the upward rising motion air. So everything's essentially still well west of the Metroplex as we speak. Yeah, let's tap into some other. All right, so we're starting to get some action in Oklahoma. We saw Oklahoma just maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. There wasn't anything, right? This is what we're talking about. This atmosphere is pretty prime. So in about 10 minutes, this basically went from nothing to a severe thunderstorm capable of some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this storm is, again, kind of getting its act together, and these will move northeast as well towards the Norman region, towards the Oklahoma City region, Shawnee, those areas. So we'll be watching Oklahoma as well. So things are starting to light up even in Oklahoma, as well as we speak. Hey, Stacy. Yeah, Plano, McKinney's likely towards that 6 o'clock time frame, give or take 30 minutes or so. That would, about 6 o'clock time frame. So we got a good 2 hours left at least. But yeah, look at that. I mean, look at this storm in Oklahoma. This is really blowing up pretty significant, pretty quickly. You got all those deeper purples now out towards Rush Springs. You can see the movement on this. This is just in the last 20 minutes, folks. Look at that. You basically went from nothing to a pretty significant sell with torrential rains and likely some developing larger hail out of that. Yep. So we got that one cell south of Oklahoma City. They are under that tornado watch in Oklahoma. So we'll kind of be going back and forth from Dallas to Oklahoma here. Hey, what's the estimated timing for Garland and Saxe region, Robert? Yeah, you're likely going to be 6 towards that 7 o'clock time frame. If you're essentially east of the Metroplex. Right now, the severe thunderstorm watch goes until 10, and you're probably going to be towards that 6:30, 7 o'clock time frame. But you can definitely see we got deeper reds. I mean, these are quickly intensifying, right? They're not getting any weaker. They're definitely getting stronger. You can see the lightning strikes with them. They're trying to come more compact over a short area. And yeah, just continue to watch these storms lift northeast, heading towards Stephenville, the Glen Rose region. This would easily, obviously, likely be extended. The severe thunderstorm, warning would likely be extended into Glen Rose, Cleburne, and then Burleson, then eventually into Fort Worth and Dallas as we get, in a couple hours or so. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, dew point 75, still holding strong at 75. That's definitely crazy warm. Heat index is right around 100, folks. Yeah, in fact, 102 at 3 o'clock, 102 heat index. So it is basically oppressive out there. Hey, Christian. Yeah, models definitely haven't been too helpful, lately for sure. But we have to work with what we have. Hey, Claudia. Hey, what's the timeline for Carrollton? Yeah, you're probably a couple hours away. A good 5:30, 6 o'clock in the Carrollton region would likely be a good bet. Right now, everything's more or less southwest of the Metroplex. So we're pretty good ways, even from the Fort Worth region. So to Carrollton, it's another, you know, yeah, it's a 100 miles away to Carrollton right now. Hey, Deborah, just tuning in. Thanks so much for watching. Hey, just signed on in Hurst. Yeah, Hurst, you're probably approaching the 5 o'clock time frame, maybe 5:30. These storms were moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So right now they're approaching the Stephenville region. So, you know, just doing the math, add another about 2 hours or so, would likely put it in the Hurst region towards that 5:30 time frame. I mean, I guess the good thing is if there's any saving grace is it doesn't look like an all-night affair or anything like that. It looks like a pretty bumpy ride for a couple hours or so across the Metroplex, and then it clears out. So, predominantly by 9 o'clock, a good part of the Metroplex should be, on the clearer side, really. And it should be a pretty nice evening, later on tonight as things start to clear out. Of course, the mornings are nice. The morning was really nice this morning. And then things will get going again tomorrow afternoon. We pretty much have a similar type setup, a dry line. We have another disturbance coming in from the west, and then a similar type timing too. 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock. It's almost identical from what it is today. So the atmosphere will have a good 24 hours to kind of reset itself and re-energize as we get back up into the low 90s, as the dew points get back up into the low to mid 70s. We'll have the same type of general setup tomorrow with larger hail, a couple of tornadoes, high winds. Now Monday could even be a stronger day. It's even a more widespread significant day. And right now we have an expanded enhanced risk across a good part of let me just see if they actually up the ante on that. Let's just look at that real quick. I'm jumping the gun a little bit, folks. This is Monday. So yeah, we got that we have that enhanced risk essentially from the northern side of North Texas, right along the Red River, much of Oklahoma, much of Kansas. So yeah, it goes all the way to Iowa, up into Illinois. This would likely be expanded, I would imagine. This could be a pretty significant day. But that is Monday. Yeah, and look, we already have that hatched risk in play too. So that definitely includes, again, very strong hail, likely some strong tornadoes day. This could be a strong tornado day for North Texas, Oklahoma, much of Kansas. This could be a nasty day, nasty setup for the central and southern plains there. But we'll worry about that as we get closer. But that's definitely could be even the most significant day for the much of the plains here. All right, let's zoom into this supercell right here by Brush Springs, because this is getting pretty nasty, folks. This is pretty significant, as this is getting a little bit stronger as we speak. It's pretty small area, but this is definitely getting more intense with each couple of minutes as the radar passes by. And this one's lifting northeast, and you can see this this cloud top is definitely getting up there as well. So this could also be a pretty significant cell on its own, dropping some fairly decent large hail, as well as this lifts up to the Norman region, the Moore region, the Shawnee area. All those areas are going to be in line with this storm over the next an hour or so. He's from Ponder, Texas. No, I'm not from Ponder, Texas. My last name is Ponder. I know people get that confused all the time. I am definitely not from Ponder, Texas. It's just my last name is Ponder. Ponder on weather. Hey, it looks like Decatur and Albert are in the clear. No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, we still got storms out west. Everything's got to be pushing your way. So just because you're not like seeing anything on radar at the moment doesn't mean your area is in the clear just yet. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me turn this on silent. Yeah, times like this, I get a ton of messages, a ton of text messages. Obviously, everybody wants to know what's going on. Everybody wants to know when's going to hit my house. Hey, Melinda. Yes, a lot of people maybe thought I lived in Ponder, Texas. I could probably see that since coincidentally there's a Ponder, Texas near me. Hey, Raytheon's weather diverter system strong enough to keep McKinney safe from this storm. Any time frame material? Yeah, likely towards 6 o'clock. Likely towards 6 o'clock, 6:37. McKinney is a probably good bet. Hey, my your internet which went out in Allen, Lynn. What does a little orange dot above Plano mean? Oh, that's just another radar site. Yeah, those are just radar sites that you can tap into. The main one is the National Weather Service down in Burleson. Hey Austin. Hey, yeah, man. Thanks for everybody for coming out to the farmers market this morning. I had a lot of people come by and say hello and take a couple pictures. Great to meet all you out there. It's pretty cool to watch some of the people that follow me over the years and finally, get to meet me for the very first time. So yeah, glad you were able to stop by to the farmers market here locally in McKinney today, and turned out to be a really nice morning. A little hot towards the end, but overall, it was a pretty cool event. It's done it for 50 years, actually, in McKinney, every single Saturday. So I'll try to make it out there again. Hey, what are your thoughts about Salina? Yeah, again, Elizabeth, everything's going to be kind of moving through Collin County towards that 6 o'clock time frame. 5:30, 6 o'clock time frame, approaching Collin County. So right now we're just kind of watching one little supercell. This one's been there for pretty extended period of time. We actually have a flood warning down there. Remember this, we got dew points at the low mid 70s. So if we get this, it doesn't take much. I mean, this is probably 2 inch per hour rainfall rates. So they've already had about 1 inch to 3 inches of rain that have already fallen down there already. I mean, it hadn't been raining that long, folks. 1 to 3 inches of rain have already fallen, and we do have a flood watch, a flood warning in place for Hamilton and Mills County. So this is Hamilton and Mills County, southwest of the Metroplex, likely another 1 to 2 inches. So it's a Saturday night, folks. You're never supposed to drive past a road that you can't see the bottom. So just be on high alert. I get it. You got plans, you got things to do. So if you need to get out, just be extra precautious. Know what's happening. We do have severe storms. We do have hail potential. So you just got to heed all that. If it's one of those things that you can wait and hold off for a couple hours and wait for these storms to pass, it's always more advisable to do that. But things can go down pretty quickly in these type situations where you can get some blinding rain. You start getting some hail. Everybody starts to stop on the freeway, which they still do. And even though we beg for them not to do all the time, stop under underpasses, it gets very dangerous for everybody involved on the roads. So if anything, you can put yourself out of harm's way, the better. And these aren't going to be all around all night long. So these are only going to be around a short period of time. So if you can kind of wait it out, is always more advisable. But we're still we don't really see any other isolated supercells trying to form out ahead of it. So it's still fairly early. It's almost 4 o'clock now. So it's Hey, Snowy's good to see you on here. I know it's been a while since I've done live on YouTube. Hey, you're welcome, Diane. Yeah, Grayson County, you're kind of like in between. So I think you're not you're there. I mean, you're in between that severe thunderstorm watch and the tornado watch. So, you got storms forming to the north, you got storms forming to the south, and you're kind of right in the middle. So All right, let's kind of zoom in and kind of pinpoint some of these storms here and more of a, maybe I can change this to black. I think this is a better look when I put it to the dark presentation mode, maybe. Is that better? Can you see that better? Or is that just ground clutter? I don't know. Do y'all like the black or the gray better? Can you actually see that better on your screen, or do you like the gray color? Maybe the gray color might be better. You like black is good? All right, so we'll keep it on black here. Yeah, sometimes the street and the cities can. There you go. Here we go. Black is better, gray is better. Black stands out more. Gray. So it's about 50-50, right? I mean, I can see it fine, but it's what you can see. Yeah, look, it looks to be 50-50. You can see the city's better, gray is the city's better. I normally have it on gray, so it looks like gray's kind of winning out here. So we'll switch it back to gray. I just want to be able to let y'all. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it kind of blows up the cities better, and even when you zoom in, you can definitely, you can actually see some of the street levels, especially as you get, if you start zooming in here, you can definitely see a little bit more of the street levels here, even down to some houses. I mean, you can really start to zoom in here. Really, you can pinpoint your house. Can't read the cities in black. They do seem to be smaller. But yeah, let's look at some of the some of the rainfall amounts that storm down by Hamilton. Yeah, good. This is a good 1, 2, sometimes upwards to approaching 3 inches there. That's 2.5 inches there. So that's leaving a pretty good swath of heavy rain, as it's only moving at 25 miles an hour. That's not that really that fast. So I'm just kind of waiting to see if there's anything else that may be trying to form within the Metroplex. We're just really not seeing anything right now. Everything's kind of compacted to the southwest. So we do have one little storm that's trying to get its act together towards, just northwest of Durant there. They have a little mesoscale discussion, some higher winds, 40 mph on that one, nickel size hail. Yeah, this one out towards Rush Springs now has some half-dollar size hail with it. So that one's gaining in intensity as we speak. That one's going to be approaching the Lindsay region, eventually Slaughterville. This will easily be extended in the next 20 minutes to include much of, say, the Norman area, as it crosses this I-35 here. Yeah, Cleburne's going to be towards, about an hour and a half away in Cleburne. But yeah, thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. Yeah, we should be live on Facebook and YouTube right now, so you can actually watch me on either one or both. So we're going to be doing this at least through the duration of the event, which goes on until at least 8, 9 o'clock tonight before things maybe start winding down. So the official watch goes until 10. So it essentially was put out about 2:30. They always initial it well ahead because it is a watch, just means the ingredients are ripe for severe weather. And then we'll have the isolated severe storms that you can take a little bit more serious. The dots vote. So those are just different sites to tap into. They're not anything. Those are just radar sites to use different radars across the areas. They're not any rain or storm or anything like that. They're essentially just radar sites for me to click on. And right now I'm using the Fort Worth radar. I can actually toggle back and forth between the West Texas radar, the Abilene radar. Right now it's probably a little bit closer than the Fort Worth radar is to these storms, so you get a better viewpoint. So obviously closer in to the radar, the better. The angle of the beam is not off as much. Hey Sam, hey, no problem. You're welcome. Glad to be here. Glad to keep you informed. Hey, well, the storms hit Tyler and DFW, trying to fly into DFW at 6:45. Whitney, 6:45. That might be a challenge. You got to realize there's going to be a ton of turbulence in the atmosphere at 6:45. So I would imagine you will not be able to land at DFW at 6:45. Yeah, there are serious updrafts in the atmosphere. So obviously, if you fly in a plane, you got to go up through those different layers of the atmosphere, and it is not advisable for pilots to fly into 100-mile-per-hour updrafts. You're not going to want to feel it in that plane, believe me. So it is going to be one of those things, folks. You're going to have delays. It's better be safe than sorry, especially if you're dealing with that type of turbulence in the atmosphere. It's just not safe. There's no two ways about it. And so they're going to have to let that move out and be well away from the metroplex. You might even be canceled tonight. It's just one of those unfortunate things. So yeah, but 6:45, that's like prime time. They haven't canceled it yet. Yeah, and they're probably just waiting. I mean, you don't even have to have the rain in the area, but it could be still 100 miles away. I mean, it's um, even if it's close by the updraft, it's likely not going to be evident, and they're probably starting to have delays as we speak. So, hey, yeah, right now we have a 5% chance of a tornado. There is a possibility for an isolated spin up tornadoes today. Right now we don't really have any separation in some of these supercells, so we're seeing the intensity of these cells are not as strong. I mean, they're some golf ball size, some ping pong size, but nothing significant. Nothing, quarter size hail. We're not seeing any isolated cells right now. We're not seeing any new cells trying to form. So we're just watching this evolve as this continues to lift towards the metroplex. Yeah, we definitely been watching this storm southwest of the metroplex. You can see why it's exploding, because it's all by its lonesome, and those are the ones you got to worry about. I mean, you kind of have to worry about this one by upwards towards Durant. I mean, those are the storms technically really have to kind of worry about, because they're all by themselves, right? They're just all by themselves, just taking in all that energy and just exploding into that atmosphere. So that one's pushing almost 50,000 feet in itself. So we'll be watching this one. We'll be watching for any rotation on this one as well. Yeah, this one essentially formed right around south of Rush Springs, and now it's north of there, and it's continued to lift northeast. This will likely be extended into the Norman region here in about 20 minutes or so. But this one's pretty small, but it's mighty. You only really need a couple supercells in this type of environment to do some serious damage, because once they turn supercellular, they're likely going to be on the ground for an extended period of time. We saw that last night. We saw, unfortunately, some of those longer track tornadoes. One was on the ground for almost 2 hours there across Kentucky. I know that Somerset got hit back to back within an hour or so. Just devastating last night. Unfortunately, I think at last report we have had over 30 something casualties between Missouri, Kentucky, Virginia, West Virginia, the area. So yeah, it was like 55 miles, I think it was. And of course, that's kind of preliminary. That's just what most of the, but it was a long time. Oh, cool. Um, all right, so let's zoom back in closer to home. So we do have some deeper purples starting to get a little bit stronger there, just south of Stephenville here. So that's just another storm we're gonna have to keep an eye on as this one gets a little bit closer, heading towards Glen Rose. This would obviously likely be extended towards the Glen Rose region, towards the Cleburne region. Yeah, see that Stephenville, folks. They're getting pounded with extremely heavy rain on the south side of Stephenville right now. Just really torrential rain, heavy downpour, tons of lightning strikes. Still building further southwest. Let's see how far it goes. Let's see how far the tail goes. It actually goes all the way into Mexico. We got some power lines down in the Mason, Texas region. But we haven't really seen too significant hail yet. We've had some quarter size reports. We've had some ping pong $half size. I don't think we even seen some golf ball size hail yet. So we haven't really seen any of that significant stuff as of yet. We have a flood warning in place for areas into Hamilton County. So it's already rained a good 1 to possibly up to 3 inches down there. These storms are continuing to move northeast at about 25 miles an hour or so. Yeah, I would imagine we're going to be starting to see more stuff starting to form here. This in this region right here. It's gotta expand out here. There's going to be a northern branch of this going to form eventually. We are just not seeing that yet. It's 412. Yeah, most of the high resolution data was kind of hinting at 4 or 5 o'clock. This area is going to start to bubble up, and then this has become more numerous as it moves across the metroplex towards 5 and 6. So we'll zoom in and watch for any little signs to see any little isolated activity trying to form in this region. Yeah, right now we're doing live coverage in Texas and Oklahoma. If we zoom out, this is Texas. There is Oklahoma. Yeah, most of the weather today is going to be in this region here. This is where we have the more significant stuff. Hey, greatly appreciate it. Yeah, smash the like button. It definitely lets YouTube and Facebook, you value my content, and obviously the more likes, they'll be able to share it out to everybody else that's looking for severe coverage out there. It's clear as a bell right now. It's sun's out. That's always the more concerning when the sun's out ahead of a severe weather day. Obviously, that's fueling the atmosphere. So it's still 90 degrees. The dew point's still at 75. You still got a 100-degree heat index. It's pretty prime out there, folks. It's 4 o'clock, and it still can get a tad bit warmer here in the summer. It doesn't get dark until like 8:30. So you still have another hour or two to actually even get just a little bit warmer. So it's continuing to get warmer ahead of the system approaching the Metroplex. Yeah, it's pretty oppressive out there, folks. Yeah, I mean, we're getting into it's what, May 17th. We're getting into that time where you do have the higher dew points. You are getting into the 90-degree time frame. So, for the next couple of weeks, we're in a prime time in the southern and central plains that we could be looking at some significant storms, right? But obviously, as well as I do, once you hit June, and of course, once you hit that first week or two in June, then that ridge will start building south, right? So that will start bringing that heat level from Mexico, from South Texas towards Central Texas, towards North Texas, and then you'll build a ridge over much of Texas, and then the severe threat lifts well north, Oklahoma, Kansas, central northern plains, and that's that transition as you evolve out of spring and heading into the summer mode. The taps start shutting off, the south starts heating up, and then most of the storms will be of north of Texas, and then and it just builds north as we get deeper towards end of the summer. So the moral of the story is we only have about a couple weeks left, I would say, of potentially severe weather and some heavier rainstorms and nastier type weather before things really start to settle down and heat up for the summer. You'll start to see less and less of these events. The only way you get rain is the ridge moving east or west. It's not going to be over us forever in the summertime, but the only way you can get rain in those type of atmospheres if it moves west in the southwest, or if it moves towards into the southeast. All right, so these storms are continuing to push, heading into Glen Rose now, the Tolar region, heading towards the Granbury region. So still producing some pretty significant heavy rain, a ton of lightning with this. Some quarter size hail, some $half size hail here. Yeah, we still have tomorrow. I mean, we got tomorrow and then we have Monday, right? Yeah, they're asking about, tomorrow and Monday. Yeah, tomorrow's pretty much an identical setup than as today. Same type setup from 4 to 8 o'clock. Again, mainly a hail threat, wind threat, isolated tornado threat. Monday is the more significant day. That's when we could see more numerous tornadoes, potentially stronger tornadoes. It goes well into Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, much of North Texas. That could be a pretty significant day. But I kind of really just want to focus on today. I don't want to get anybody confused. on what day we're talking about here. But we do have several more days to come. Hey, weather on the go. Yes, that dust storm. Appreciate you sending me the video yesterday. You were out chasing the dust storm. Pretty significant, pretty wild to see in Illinois up there when kind of a freak dust storm kind of came to fruition, and it had some, kind of brownout conditions at times. Very difficult to see. Yeah, we are dying and prospering the Salina region. Yeah, it's pretty muggy outside. It's definitely. Uh-oh. Okay, so now we've got the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. So this does include the Granbury region. So this will continue to push northeast. So now that supercells over the Stephenville region. So we've had confirmation, some pretty significant heavy rain over the Stephenville, blinding rain. Look at the purples here, right along business 377, 67 area, 377, the Nob Hill region. That is a pretty significant storm, just blinding heavy rain, torrential rains coming out of that atmosphere. And this is an extended severe thunderstorm warning for Erath and Hood County. Again, moving northeast around 35 miles an hour. It is packing some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with it, some quarter-size hail along the way. It's likely going to be near Toller. The Lake Granbury region is in its path. Here's the projection as it moves 35 miles an hour to the northeast. So these are approaching. They're approaching Tarrant County area. So that this will, as this gets extended, we'll likely see the severe thunderstorm warning be issued for Tarrant County. That's probably about 40 minutes away or so, right along that 5 o'clock time frame, to be approaching, heading towards that Fort Worth area. Yeah, but right now it's kind of holding its own. It is forming a line, as we talked about on my live in the backyard a couple hours ago. If these storms just kind of stayed in a line, which it looks like they are right now, we haven't seen the separation, then we're likely going to have that health threat keep on the lighter side, which right now they are on the lighter side. If these start to, and this is actually starting to kind of bow out, right? This is starting to even start to bow out a little bit. We're watching the beginning signs of this, and so this could be a fairly significant wind threat as this evolves, as this possibly gets stronger as it continues to lift northeast. So we'll be watching if anything gets kind of separated, but if everything kind of stays together in one little squall line, if you will, then the hail threat would likely be down and the wind threat would likely go up. So those would always produce some pretty high wind gusts, more significant winds if they do start to bow out on that leading edge. And then also you always have to look for tornadoes on that leading edge as well. A little spin up. If you have any little inflow notches that could have little quick spin ups along that leading edge, is always something you have to worry about in these types of setups. Hey, Becca. Yeah, some of these are 25, some of them are moving at 35 miles an hour. So not lightning fast, but a good 20, 25, 30, 35 miles an hour towards the Metroplex. Yes, if everything kind of separates, if they're more numerous, like this one, right? So you see this one, this is in Norman, this is all by its lonesome, right? There's nothing else around it. This one has the highest potential to turn in pretty significant if it really kind of gets its act together. The ones further south, it's just all together, right? So these are all in a solid line. There's no separation. They can't really gain in intensity, so we're not really seeing any isolation starting to bubble up to the north of here. So right now it's on the tamer side as we speak. So if it keeps If it keeps that way, the health threat will remain on the lower side. The wind threat would actually rapidly ramp up. But you saw the environment it's going into. I showed you the Cape values, right? So this is it is going into a very volatile environment, very extreme type of environment. So this has a lot of potential to gain a lot of intensity once it hits the metroplex. So, hey, Moody, Plano here. Yep, we're all kind of waiting and watching here. All right, so we do have the extension to this cell as it continues to lift northeast. So this cell continues to remain on the stronger side, and this one's heading actually into just outside of Norman to Oklahoma City. So this was another cell that's kind of branched off from the beginning cell. This is the cell we've been watching towards Rush Springs for about 30 minutes or so. Still kind of holding its own, and this is making a beeline and trying to separate. One's heading southeast, or one's heading northeast. The other one's heading more of a north northeast. Yeah, lightning in Granbury. All right, so that leading edge continues to push through Stephenville. Stephenville's taking a pounding right now, very torrential rains as we speak. These are continuing to lift northeast into the metroplex, heading towards the Tarrant County region. We've had, a good 1 to 2 inches in some areas. Some isolated areas approaching almost 3 inches now. These are where the thunderstorms have been over the same area for really the whole time we've been doing coverage for about an hour and a half now. But you can see the atmosphere is splitting. You can see the direction, right? This one's moving eastbound. That's the updrafts. That's the split in the atmosphere. You can definitely see the atmosphere moving at different levels, moving at different heights. That's the rotation in the atmosphere. So as it's approaching the metroplex, we've got some storms moving east, we got some storms moving northeast. That's fairly significant. That just tells you right there the atmosphere is definitely rotating. So we're beginning to see a little bit stronger rotation as these storms evolve and get closer into the metroplex. In fact, let's look at some of that. Um, all right, so here's the latest rotation out of these. We're not like seeing anything fairly significant right now. Nothing to really, nothing to really speak of out of this. So we'll watch this. We'll watch it evolve. Hey, yeah, the sun's out. Here it comes. Yeah, definitely. I mean, the sun's clear as a bell out here. It's the waiting game. It's the waiting game. Right now, these storms aren't like terribly too concerning. I would say they're on the minimal side, borderline severe. We've had seen some half dollar size hail. Nothing more than that so far. We're not seeing anything trying to form north of the metroplex here. A little bit surprised. Hey, what about Denton? And my boyfriend's supposed to fly, trying to figure out if he should or not. Yeah, I mean, everything's coming your way, folks. I mean, everything's heading towards the Denton Sanger. We're under severe watch until 10. So everything's gonna be up, approaching the Metroplex. Very volatile situation in the Metroplex right now. I would definitely imagine if you got flights over the next couple of hours, you're likely going to have some cancellations. You're likely going to have some delays. And most of this stuff would clear out by 9 o'clock. So you're pretty clear after the 9 o'clock time frame. So hey, do you see that it will split and move into Johnson County south of Tarrant County? I don't know if I see the split just yet. But if it continues at eastbound and these will lift northeast, they could definitely, um, try to split, and that's when they could turn a little bit more severe. The southern side would stay on the smaller scale. The northern side would get a little bit more intense. There's actually not much left here by Cranfield's Gap. You can see it kind of thinning out and trying to separate a little bit so I could definitely see a split trying to emerge once it gets to Morgan or Meridian. All right, so we have our first tornado warning of the day. That is that cell that's all by its lonesome, and this is why we have a tornado warning in place. So this is our first tornado warning of the day. So this is in what did I do? Oh yeah, you see this little bend at the south side here? That is your hook echo trying to form just northwest of the Lindsay region. So we do have a tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning. This is in Oklahoma. This is south of Oklahoma City, moving east at 15 miles an hour. So this is moving east at 50 miles an hour. So you can at least see that little notch forming on the south side there. That is your beginning rotating supercell with some ping pong size hail just about outside of the Alex region. So areas in its path are going to be in the Bradley area, Aaron Springs, and Payne, Oklahoma. So right now we have a cell just south of Alex, about 7 miles south of Alex. This is moving eastbound at 15 miles an hour. So if you live in the Bradley region, if you live in the Lindsay region in Oklahoma, this is south of Oklahoma City, south of Norman. You need to be in your safe zone as this showing some radar indicated tornado trying to form here just south of the Alex area. You can see the rotation here trying to get a little bit more pronounced as we speak, as this continues to move eastbound at 15 miles an hour. See what we're talking about? This one's isolated, and this is the first one that's more significant of the day. We're starting to see that split. The southern side is starting to see some rotation. The northern side is likely becoming some potentially some bigger hell as it tries to separate itself. All right, so who is this Halloween time? Oh my gosh. All right, so we'll be watching this severe thunderstorm over south of Lindsay here. We do have that developing tornado warning as we speak. All right, so here is the tornado warning just south of Alex. This is in Oklahoma. This is developing storm with the more significant storm of the day so far. This continues to move eastbound around 15 miles an hour or so. All right, if we swing further south back into the Dallas region, so we continue to see, you know, those severe thunderstorm warnings down into Stephenville, just outside of Glen Rose, continue to push northeast, heading towards the Tolar region, the Granbury region. Yeah, Oklahoma storm seems to be splitting. Yeah, it definitely appears to be. That south side's definitely pushing east. The north side's pushing north northeast. It does appear to be filling in a little bit, so that's good. Looks to be maybe not as pronounced as it was just about 2 or 3 minutes ago. Yeah, McKinney, Princeton areas likely towards the 6:30, 7 o'clock time frame. Everything's still southwest of the Metroplex. Yeah, it's sunny and muggy right now in Prosper. I'm covering my veggie garden with a tarp. Hey, that's a good idea. We get some high wind gust here. We get some larger hail that might definitely do damage to some of the vegetable garden there. So if you can cover it and take all the precautions necessary to protect it from the wind and maybe some of the hail that might move over, it's always better. Yeah, dew points are crazy. 78 now. Maybe at your house. I see like 75 here. But either way, yeah, dew points are pretty crazy over the Metroplex. That's why I'm a little shocked. I'm not seeing anything else trying to bubble up, taking advantage of some of that higher dew point. Yeah, thinking it might make it to Frisco to Prosper area. Yeah, for sure. I definitely think so. Just hasn't. Hey, I stopped counting the DFW inbound flight cancels at 30 this evening. There will be over 100 flights canceled. Yeah, so they're already canceling flights, and the storm's well away from the area. That's just, yeah, Cleburne, Frank. Yes, wow, 78. That's a pretty pretty soupy air mass. That's definitely one of the higher dew points in the Metroplex. Hey, pal, I want you to know once again, I got my semi truck safely through New York back to Vegas thanks to your spectacular forecast of the past week. Hey, you're welcome. Glad you made it safe. All right, so everything's yeah, if you're just kind of tuning in here, everything's southwest. Wow, Weatherbug says dew point is 79 at DeSoto. Yeah, I mean, you can feel it, folks. You can definitely feel it. I mean, the atmosphere is there, right? So it is one of those days that hopefully, things can keep on the calmer side, but there's definitely signs it could go south pretty quickly. Hey, Cranfield's Gap, 78.3 dew point. Yeah, it's very difficult to get to those high 70s. You typically don't get to the 80 dew points until, June, but we are getting to that time of year. You get that higher dew point, you match up to some of the higher heat content. You realize the last couple setups, the temperature were in the 70s, and then the dew points were in the 50s, and then you had severe weather coming. So that's a little bit different beast. So then it started raining, dragging down some of the colder air. And then it was in the 60s. So it was just mainly just a heavy rain event. This one's obviously a different animal when you're talking low 90s and dew points in the mid 70s. That's definitely a different beast there. All right, so we've been watching this storm by Lindsay. It still is radar indicated tornado, showing some signs of rotation still just south of the Lindsay region. So this is south of Lindsay and into Oklahoma as this continues to move eastbound around 15 miles an hour. Yeah, just more of a broad rotation at the moment. Nothing significant, but we'll be watching this as it definitely tries to separate itself, and this could easily get more intense as if it tries to separate itself from the northern side here. Yeah, you can see the split here, right? I mean, you can we watch this frame again. So watch this evolve here. You see it was basically one cell, right? Then it kind of split. You had the northern side take off, go northeast, and then you had the southern side go more of an eastward direction. So the further this goes, the more splitting this is going to take place, and then you'll basically have two cells instead of one, all by their lonesome. So they can both be pretty significant. I would think the southern branch of it would be a more of a tornado threat. I would think the northern branch would likely lead towards a bigger hail threat. Yeah, but it's pretty cool to watch that actually split in the atmosphere there. Yeah, McKinney, Princeton, 6:30, 7 o'clock. That's a pretty good bet here. And you can see it's 440. These are in Granbury right now, so these will continue to push northeast. We haven't really seen anything form, out ahead of it yet. So we'll definitely be watching that. So I'm ordering DoorDash now before it gets too wild. Yeah, that's a good bet. Yeah, whatever you can do. If you got to run a couple errands. All right, so here we got the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. So this continues to kind of separate itself as well as they even try to split even further south. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this is Erath, Parker, and portions of Palo Pinto County. So we had that severe storm that was over the Gordon region. This was the same one we've been watching out of Stephenville. Now this is continuing to move northeast around 30 miles an hour, has some 60-mile-per-hour winds with it, got some $half size hail as this continues to push out away and tries to separate itself from at least the southern branch of most of the storms here. So this is going to impact the Gordon area, the Palo Pinto area, the Santo area back into Cool, Mineral Wells, as well as Lake Palo Pinto. Those areas, Weatherford, all need to be on alert of some, $half size hail, some stronger wind gust, 40, 50, approaching the 60-mile-per-hour range at times. And even this one, it almost looks like it's trying to move even more southeast than just east. So it's really separating itself here. We had this one little convective squall line, but now you definitely see the separation between Stephenville and Glen Rose. There's definitely a noticeable gap, if you will. If you got These are trying to branch off all by their lonesome, and this the southern branch is trying to move more east versus northeast or even more north. Hey, myself, I feel something is off our norm here in Nevada immediately this morning. Already fed the horses early. It better storm here or I'm going to get mad. Gonna try to feed the kids early dinner tonight, I guess. All right, so we're just watching these storms come in from West Texas, approaching the western side of North Texas here into Tarrant County. We've been doing coverage for about an hour and a half or so. We haven't really seen terribly too significant as of yet, but storms are trying to separate from themselves. Those are always a little bit more worrisome. We do have that one tornado warning that's still ongoing, but it's still more of a broad rotation. Nothing too significant as this is heading towards Mayfield, but this area is definitely rotating. You definitely need to be in your safe zone. But this one's easily has split. So these could be, instead of just one supercell, these could be now two, as they both split, and they're both going to be, you know, not hindering each other's energy, if you will, and they're all going to be all by themselves as the northern side lifts towards Oklahoma, the southern side, you know, heads more due east, riding along the Red River counties. Or sorry, just north of south of Purcell here. Crandall Gap pouring down, severe lightning, dew point dropped to 72 from 78. All right, thanks. I appreciate the update there. So he was talking about the Crandall Gap region. Crandall. Dang it. Hey, you can cut the humidity with a butter knife. Yes, they are expected to be severe even as they head into Princeton later on tonight. So you are under that severe thunderstorm watch until 10. Yeah, timeline for Prosper is towards that 6 o'clock time frame. All right, so we did get the extension here. So we have the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. This continues to push northeast, picking up steam a little bit. Now it's racing for a little bit faster at 40 miles an hour. So this is another storm we've been watching from this system out southwest of the Metroplex. This is that severe storm outside of Clifton region, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Going to be in the Lake Whitney area around 5:10. The Lake Whitney area around 5:10. Blum around 5:20, and Covington around 5:35. So these areas are likely going to expect some quarter-size hail, some upwards to 60-mile-per-hour wind gust approaching the area. A lot of intense, heavy rain, a lot of lightning coming out of this as this continues to push south of I-20 there, heading towards Cleburne, Glen Rose, Waxahachie, Venice, getting into the Midlothian region eventually, Burleson, Joshua. Those areas will likely get impacted. Yep. These storms are definitely heading towards Waco, especially that one towards Gatesville. That's going to be moving due east. So when this one, expires in about 30 minutes, this would likely be extended into Crawford. Oglesby would likely be into the Waco region. So Waco, you're probably about 45 minutes to an hour away to be impacted here. Maybe towards the 6:30 time frame is a good bet. About 45 minutes or now. Getting loud in the Blum region now. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings outside of the Metroplex. Looks to be about 4. We still have that flood warning in place where they've had torrential rain, 1 to 3 inches, another 1 to 2 inches. So this cell right here, just south of 20, that's again kind of separating itself. You can definitely see it's kind of trying to gain in intensity. Some of those deeper purples trying to come into fruition here, crossing Interstate 20 there. This is just outside of Gordon. There's Interstate 20. This will be lifting towards Millsap into the Mineral Wells region. Yeah, but it's pretty cool to watch these actually kind of split right over the Metroplex as it's hitting in a more volatile environment. It is definitely trying to separate itself from one another. And then you definitely have 2 separate pieces of energy now that's still holding its own towards Lindsay, and it's heading towards the more, heading towards Oklahoma City area. But they're essentially all by themselves now. They've completely split from one another. So this tornado warning would likely be extended towards Maysville. That's going to be in the next 20 minutes or so. Maysville and eventually in the Rosdale region, probably just south of Purcell. Mm-hmm. Da, da, da. All right, so let's go back to North Texas here. So again, we're not seeing anything else form out ahead of the storm. It continues to remain on the calmer side as these push into the Metroplex. So we're continuing to watch these as it goes into more of a unstable, volatile type atmosphere. Yeah, thanks everybody that has signed up for Weather Call. I have partnered with Weather Call. It's definitely a service out there. It's not really an app, but it's a service where based on your location, whenever there's a severe thunderstorm warning, just like this within this polygon area, that you would get notified like within seconds. As soon as one of these are issued into your area based on your address, they would actually give you a phone call. This is 24 hours a day. If it give you a phone call, a text, as well as an email letting you know you're in that warned area to take shelter. And then they actually give you a text showing you were in that polygon area. So it is a service. I can put the link here. If anybody's interested, you can actually sign up for it. This is something I actually recorded with my own voice as well. So it is when you do get a phone call, it actually is coming from me, my voice, It's just $15 for for the entire year. You can actually have two people in your household with two different numbers to call and let them know. So like me and my wife actually have it. So if we do get a severe thunderstorm warning in Collin County as we're going live here, this will ring exactly when that warning is issued. So I here that's the link in the comments there, and uh, then if you'd like to sign up for it, you can definitely do so there. All right, so let's see. We still have that tornado warning further north. It continues to kind of hold its own here. Still more of a broad rotation. When it first got issued, it definitely looked like there was something trying to come out of that. Now it's just more of a broad rotation as this continues to move just kind of due east. Yeah, but both cells looks like they are trying to split. You got the southern branch as is, again approaching the metroplex, moving more of an easterly trajectory, and then you have kind of northeast, and then you have more of a north northeast. So these are definitely moving at different directions based on how far south they are and how far north they are. Mm. Sorry, I got a lot of people texting me here. I will see if I can get any hail or winds near Waco here in about 30 minutes or so. Yeah, this should definitely get extended from Gatesville down to your area. We're not really seeing any terribly, significant large hail as of right now. So things are kind of holding their own, but we are going into more of a very volatile environment over the metroplex. So we'll watch the trend here and see if these are going to be going to be getting any stronger as they hit that atmosphere. It looks like it's going to split. Storm 0, Raytheon 110. Hey, in Cedar Hill, waiting for a softball game to start at 6 o'clock. All right, so there you go. There's your Cedar Hill location. So yeah, I would say at 6 o'clock, you're probably not going to get the softball game in. This will be extended next as soon as this will likely be under the severe thunderstorm warning by 6 o'clock into the Cedar Hill area. So either it's going to be significantly delayed or it's just going to be canceled altogether. Hey, Louisville soccer tournament at 6:45. Yeah, everything's like I said, everything's heading towards into the metroplex. So if you got stuff happening 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, you're probably going to get delayed. You're probably going to have cancellations. Those are all outdoor events, baseball, basketball, soccer, all that type stuff. Anything you got to be outdoors at, then lightning alone cancels it, much less hail and all that wind gust and severe weather. Yeah, I mean Weatherford. Yeah, once it rolls through Weatherford, you're done. Yes, basically. Yeah, this is. There's nothing. There's not going to be anything back behind this. So once it moves out from your western areas, then things are going to calm down pretty quickly. There's not like a second line forming after that. This is not going to be an all night affair or anything like that. This is a couple of hours of strong to severe thunderstorms. Yeah, most of this by 9 o'clock will be gone. Most of it will be east of the metroplex and really separated by then. This is definitely not an all night affair. This is just a couple of hours of stronger weather. I wouldn't say intense yet because we haven't really seen significant weather, but the atmosphere is definitely calling for that. But it's never guaranteed it can happen. It's just what the atmosphere is definitely capable of. Right now, again, they're holding on the tamer side, if you will. We're seeing some quarter size hail, the $50 size hail. We haven't even seen actually even some golf ball size hail yet. So they're holding on the lighter side, at least right now. So on YouTube, you can't just hit the subscribe button. You should be able to just hit subscribe on YouTube and it'll just subscribe to my channel. That way you can get updates and you can click the notification bell. So you're not going to get missed any of my updates or anything. It should allow you to do that. That is one little tiny tornado warning still holding on into Lindsay there. But yeah, this cell produced 1.25 inch hail out towards Bradley, Oklahoma, about 10 minutes ago or so. And we also had that one cell that split. This is definitely separating with also just a little bit bigger hail as well. Yeah, Salina. People are asking me about Salina. I would imagine these storms right here that are lifting northeast are likely going to be impacting Salina later on, in an hour or two or so. We got that one cell heading towards Cleburne. This will be extended to include Burleson, Waxahachie, likely the Dallas area, Arlington. So this one's going to be impacting, the Metroplex South. Yeah, so we have that storm approaching the Oklahoma City region. We've got some oh wow. Let's change radars here because man, this is some really significant hail as wow, it's very small. It's a very small area, but this area is just very destructive storm, folks. This is now baseball size hail located over the Mustang region. This is in Oklahoma. This is south of Oklahoma City. So this is the storm that split. We were watching the storm that split, right? The one went south and the one went north, and the one went north just took off in a big way. Now it's labeled as a destructive storm right over the city of Mustang. This is producing some very damaging, destructive baseball size hail in that area. So western Oklahoma City, western Edmond, back into Yukon, Bethany, Mustang area. We're talking Tuttle, Piedmont. Those areas definitely need to be on high alert, as it's a very small area. But if that happens to find your house, it's going to be pretty destructive, as we're getting reports of some baseball size hail coming out of that storm. So you can see you got some 1 inch hail, 1 1/4 inch hail, and now it's just really kind of exploded over a very, very small area right along Highway 4, just outside of Mustang. There going to be approaching look like Interstate 240, and then eventually heading into Interstate 40 there, just west of the Oklahoma City region. But a pretty significant storm approaching Wheatland. This is the city of Wheatland. Be on high alert. Very destructive, damaging storm down there into south of Oklahoma City. So we did, in fact, get the extension of the tornado warning for the one further south. So they went ahead and extended the tornado warning, as this is moving due south. If anything, they're separating even more now. So there's two distinct cells, supercells, if you will, really separating from each other. So instead of one just inhibiting ones from trying to get stronger, now we've got two separate ones, and they're both, one a tornado warning and one a destructive hail tag of baseball size hail. All right, so we'll also be watching this storm too. Again, we have the same situation. This one also split. So we've got the same similar type setup. We've got the southern branch going east. We've got the middle road going more east, maybe northeast. We've got the northern side going northeast. And you can see the intensity, at least on the hail core, as it's crossing over Interstate 20 here. You can definitely see it's coming a little bit stronger as we enter that environment. As it continues to separate from itself, then that is trying to gain an intensity and actually some ping pong size hail out of that, with some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that was a storm that was over the Santo region, heading northeast or northeast around 35 miles an hour. So Millsap, Mineral Wells, just west of Weatherford, likely the Cool area. Those areas be on high alert. Probably some ping pong size hail heading your way. This would likely be extended into the Bridgeport region. So this would be a cell we'd have to watch, maybe even try to get stronger. This could possibly be some tennis ball, maybe even some baseball size hail as well. But the southern side of the storm seems to be kind of holding its own. It's not really gaining in intensity. It seems to be on the lighter side. It's the northern side that's the one that's likely trying to get stronger. Hey, Lauren, are these storms coming up to getting closer to the Allen region? Yes, they are definitely. They're all kind of lifting towards the Metroplex, as we speak. You're still about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours away in Allen. You got to remember, Allen's more or less on the eastern side of the Metroplex, if you will. The DFW airport is always your kind of your center ground. That's what I base everything off DFW. So if you're, I would say, northeast of the Metroplex, you're in the Collin County region. If you're south of the Metroplex, you're likely going to be in the Cleburne, DeSoto. If you're west of the Metroplex, or west of DFW, your Arlington, your Fort Worth, your north is, Denton, Sanger, those areas. But, typically I always reference DFW Airport because that's where the center part of North Texas is and where they keep all the records and everything else. But yes, this is a situation where storms have formed west and they're going into the Metroplex, lifting northeast. So obviously, areas east on the eastern side of the Metroplex would obviously get hit last. The areas west would get hit first. Hey, looking south from McKinney, super dark outside. I mean, you're probably seeing those cloud tops that far away. It's definitely not out of the question, right? I mean, these cloud tops are pretty high. They're not like crazy high, but they're still, a good 40. Yeah, that's 50,000 feet. So yeah, I can see why you're seeing that. I mean, look at that. 60,000 feet, folks. Uh-oh. Wow, look at that cell, folks. This one probably has your greatest potential. That's 60,000 feet. That is easily the highest of the day. So okay, so we're getting into that environment. It's getting a little bit more serious now. We got more ceiling to work with. We got a higher, altitude. We've got the updrafts likely starting to come to fruition, right? So things are starting to evolve. There's things we're starting to see the initial signs here that these storms are trying to get a little bit more worrisome, especially as they start to split and separate from themselves. So mineral wells, likely that hell core is probably going to be intensifying, right? So we're seeing some of the small hell cores still ping pong size, but this would likely be a favorite area if this is going to go. This would likely be this area towards Mineral Wells, Weatherford. This would be a cell heading towards Cool, Runaway Bay eventually, Grayford, those areas west of the Metroplex. Yeah, this is a cell we're going to have to keep an eye on because it could turn pretty nasty pretty quickly with that type of environment. Hey, lightning's starting to go off southwest here of South Grand Prairie, heading towards Joe Pool Lake. Yeah, Wiley, it is. It's just you're going to be one of the last ones that will likely get it. It's still west of Fort Worth, so it's still going to be a while before it maybe can impact Wiley. But you're probably again 2, possibly even 2.5, 3 hours away in the Wiley area. The severe watch goes until 10, so it goes until 10. The main areas are 4 p.m. west, 9 p.m. east. Dallas, airport being the center port. Obviously Wiley's definitely east of the Metroplex. You're closer towards that 9 o'clock, that 7, 8, 8:30, 9 o'clock time frame. Hey, let's see. Is it possible time in Plano and Frisco? Hey, Heather, how you doing? Yeah, again, you're in Plano, Frisco, Collin County. We're at 511, right? Where this is Fort Worth. These are moving, 30, 35, some are 40 miles an hour. So you're still a good hour and a half away. 6:30, 7 o'clock. Hey, Billy. Yeah, right around that, 6:30 time frames between 6 and 7, 6:30, 7 o'clock. These are still west of Fort Worth. So just, kind of do the math here. He just answered it. Hey, these are less severe than anticipated, I believe. Well, yeah, so far, Ben, yes. Yeah, you are correct, but just because they're a little bit tamer right now doesn't mean they'll stay that way. We saw that storm north kind of blow up some baseball size hail. Look at that. I mean, we had confirmation baseball size hail. This is Oklahoma, right? But they're still expecting some 3-inch hail. They're almost getting it. With baseball size hail, this one quickly turned severe. So even though they are on the tamer side at the moment, they're still leaving can get much stronger as it's going into a more highly volatile type atmosphere. And it's small but mighty, but it doesn't really have to be that big of an area to drop some significant hail. If it happens to hit your house, I mean, even if this golf ball size, even if this tennis ball, baseball size hail was only 30 seconds or a minute, it could still do some serious damage just in that short amount of time. So, yeah, anytime you're getting some baseball size hail, that's, we already saw this cloud top pretty significant. And, again, this is producing the most significant hail of the day. Yeah, this was a storm. It wasn't much of anything by Blanchard. As soon as it separated and kind of split from one another, it got off all on its lonesome. And so now it's going into a ripe environment. And of course, it's labeled a supercell because it's a destructive tag and it's producing some baseball size hail and it continues to lift north. So, yeah, Bethany, the Village, outside western areas of Oklahoma City, the Edmond region, definitely be on high alert. If you have a carport, you've got a garage, you need to park your car in it. It's going to do some serious damage. This is the type of stuff that could knock out windshields and stuff. This is definitely leaving a mark on your cars, or not much you can do about your roof, but you can definitely at least get everything that's out in the open under cover as much as you can. The way it feels outside in Sherman and Dillonson, if it feels like it could come through pretty tough. Yeah, I mean it's a very soupy air. Is pretty thick, right? It's muggy, right? It's so you know the environment it's going into. There's no two ways about it. It's really muggy outside. So we know it's a very volatile atmosphere. So you know the longer we can keep these storms on the tamer side, obviously the better off we are, right? I mean, but these can turn stronger, pretty quickly. It's not going to take much. All right, so we're starting to see the leading edge, not severe, not really even in severe, but leading edge heading into Benbrook, the White Settlement region, just west of Fort Worth. But a definite noticeable split towards south of Cleburne, and you got the northern side out of Weatherford. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the mesoscale discussion. Sometimes I kind of leave that off because all right, so we'll just keep that on right now. Hey, it's starting to sprinkle here in Burleson. Yeah, I understand. People come on the feed different times, different, a lot of people, I kind of ask the same question, especially if it's not in your area so far. Hey, do you feel it's becoming more of a line of a storm threat, an isolated storm? No, I mean it was more of a line. It's actually separating from itself. We've already seen kind of the separation. So it's actually, if anything, it's kind of becoming a little bit more isolated into the southern branch of the storm and the northern branch of the storm. All right, let's go back up north. Check out this storm in Oklahoma City. Again, this is more significant, folks. This could be a developing. I know we're under tornado warning, but this definitely looks to be possibly a developing tornado, right? Look at that significant hook echo on the south side of Maysville. This area is under tornado watch. So we do have a tornado warning, a radar indicated tornado warning. But look at the transition here. Watch this. You can see this definite hook trying to come together on the southern tail here. So this is an extended tornado warning. So this is a southeast mover too, folks. This is getting serious. Now it's moving southeast. So those are always the more concerning storms. So we're watching a southeast movement. This could be a developing tornado as we speak. This is that same area. This is out of Lindsay. This is the one that split. So this is the southern side of the storm. Now it's showing a pretty pronounced hook echo just south of Maysville. So they've already extended the tornado warning to include Pauls Valley, the Wynwood region. You definitely be in your safe zone. This one is definitely showing a strong rotation on the south side of Maysville here, as this is going into more of a volatile environment, and especially it's a little bit concerning the wind direction, the direction of this going. When they take a more of a southeast trajectory, those are always typically more severe. They can spin up a little bit stronger tornadoes. They can produce some bigger hail. So this is definitely concerning that this is not only showing more of a hook echo, but it's also moving on a southeast trajectory. So we do have a tornado warning right now as we speak. And this could be our first tornado of the day. I mean, this could easily be our first tornado of the day developing, right now. So I don't know why that came back on. So we'll be watching that. Just be on high alert if you live in the Oklahoma region. This is north of Sulphur. This is outside of Pauls Valley. Ada would likely be, in that crosshairs as well. So yeah, definitely concerning. This is a developing situation. We do have a potential tornado trying to develop. We do have a radar, tornado warning indicated. So yeah, just be on high alert. Definitely be in your safe zone as this storm. Oh, Wynnewood. Thanks, Jennifer. Wynnewood, Oklahoma, down there into just outside of Interstate 35 here. Yeah, this was actually a similar setup we saw last night in Ennis. This is kind of an identical type setup where we did have a radar indicated tornado. We don't even have confirmation of that one touching down yet last night in Ennis. But, even as we speak in this last look at that little notch that even tries to curl up like a little curly Q. That's definitely showing signs it's trying to get stronger as we speak. It's definitely trying to tighten up. There's likely trying to maybe even a funnel. I don't know if there's any storm chasers on this, but there's definitely showing stronger rotation with every frame that we're watching this evolve here as this continues to shift eastbound and then likely shifting a little bit further off to the southeast. Yeah, if you got friends, you got family, anybody lives in this area, you need to let them know this is a serious situation. That we could be having a tornado touchdown really any moment with that radar depiction as we're watching this thing evolve. So definitely be on high alert. get in your safe zone if you live in this area. If you got anybody that lives in this area that you know them, please give them a call. Please text them. Let them know we've got a potential tornado trying to develop, trying to touch down, crossing over Interstate 35. This is Interstate 35. You know, there's a lot of people on that interstate. This could be easily crossing over a heavily populated interstate here. So it's a very dangerous situation unfolding here. Wow. So it's pretty and watching these evolve, watching these, the southern side take more of a tornado threat, and the northern side taking more of a stronger hail threat, producing that baseball size hail blew up. Yeah, storm reminds me of the Valley View one last year in northern Texas. Yeah, hopefully don't get to the Valley View. Yeah, that ended up being a significant tornado. We're coming up on the anniversary of that, May 23rd. That one unfortunately killed 7 people that night. It was on the ground for 47 miles before it finally lifted. So it did, devastating damage. Ended up being an EF3 tornado after it was all said and done. But yeah, on the ground for 47 miles. So hopefully this does not come to that. But yes, a similar type look and how it originated and how it started on radar is it's just not, you don't even have to be a weather guy to know that's not right. Right. I mean, that looks nasty. That does not look good. So we can try to see if look at that last shot. It's trying to close up a little bit, right? So if we could fill that gap, that means the rotation's trying to kind of dissolve itself a little bit. So if it's, if we can keep that trend going, so it looks like it might have peaked there. If there's anything that might have happened, it looks like it might have peaked, but it's definitely trying to close up and not be as significant or strong as it was just maybe a couple of minutes ago. Oh yeah, I definitely remember the day after Christmas there. That was another day, right? I mean, it was, even though it was Christmas time, the high was 80 degrees, very high dew point day for, after Christmas time frame. Obviously not a normal environment. And so the atmosphere took advantage of that and produced that EF4 tornado there in Rowlett. That was another significant storm that unfortunately killed a couple people as well. Hey, Bobby. Yeah. So, okay, you're watching live storm chasers on Twitch and they're showing strong rotation trying to come down as we speak. Yeah. So, we're watching this evolve. It looks like it's trying to close the gap, right? We're not seeing that more pronounced hook as depth. It's still there, right? And I'm not going to say it's not there. It's still there, but maybe not as pronounced, but we don't have confirmation from storm spotters as of currently or as of right now, but we're going to stay on this storm because this is a very dangerous storm. I'm just trying to see if we can see any type of debris ball. I'm not really seeing any type of debris ball. I mean, there's definitely rotation there, south side of Maysfield. I mean, it's trying to lower. It's definitely trying to lower. How about DFW? Reed Timber seeing rotation. Yeah, of course, Reed's on it. Reed's on it right now in front of it. All right, so we got a storm chaser on it. Reed's on it right now. He's seeing rotation. He's seeing the rotation. So we're all watching this as we speak. So it's been showing that pronounced hook echo for about 5 to 7 minutes or so now. We do have a serious situation developing south of Norman. This is heading towards the Pauls Valley region. So we've known the track record of these storms. We've had devastating storms last night, much of Kentucky, much of St. Louis. And looks like Ada. I mean, unfortunately, if this would be extended, I mean, Ada is definitely in the crosshairs. Stratford, Ada, if it stays on this line, and if it does produce a tornado, Stratford and Ada would definitely be need to be taking shelter immediately because it looks like a beeline in those cities. All right, so we're going to definitely keep an eye on that. As the northern side, again, same situation, right? We're seeing the same situation, the split, and then the split producing bigger hail on the northern storm. So now we're getting golf ball. That's the biggest hail of the day inside the North Texas region. So we got a little bit more intense cell now. So we got a little bit stronger storm. This is the biggest hail of the day inside of North Texas. This is outside of the city of Perrin. This is Perrin, Texas. This is about 40 miles west of Fort Worth. 40 miles west of Fort Worth. 12 miles north of Mineral Wells. This is another cell moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we are seeing a little bit more significant hail right along Interstate. Looks like 281 and approaching 199. This is going to be approaching the Runaway Bay region. So Runaway Bay, likely going to be seeing some more significant hail, maybe the Jacksboro region. So this is a more significant, more intense supercell. So Bridgeport, you're talking Boonesville, Grayford, those areas need to be on high alert as this cell has definitely separated itself from all by themselves, and now we're starting to see a little bit more severity to this storm. All right, so we got the tornado. Reed's confirming it's a tornado. All right, so we got a touchdown. We got confirmation of a touchdown as we speak. So we do have confirmed tornado based on some read and some chasers on the storm. So even though we don't have an official from the National Weather Service, we're getting confirmation. He's screaming and yelling. All right, so we do have a tornado, maybe a touchdown for a little bit. If it's still down, it's not even looking as pronounced as it was, but we do, maybe it's rain wrapped. I mean, it's a seriously rain wrapped storm, but we're getting confirmation from ground truth that we do have a tornado on the ground. So this is a very dangerous situation. Pauls Valley, this is County Road 133, maybe heading towards the Stratford region. This would likely be extended into Ada. All those areas need to be on high alert as we do have a developing tornado now has confirmed touchdown based on storm spotters that's continuing to move off to the east, slightly southeast. Yeah, so I knew Reed would be on it. I mean, this is in his backyard. I mean, this is he didn't really have to go much of anywhere the next 3 days to chase storms. It's basically right in his backyard. So he's you got 3 days worth of storm chasing for him right in the Oklahoma region. All right, so we do have that. All right, so we do have that confirmed tornado that is on the ground just north of Pauls Valley. So this is north of Pauls Valley as this continues to move east, kind of southeast trajectory back into the Metroplex. Again, we're watching kind of the southern branch kind of split off from one another. You got the Cleburne side, not as intense. You got that one supercell, producing some golf ball size hail, considerable damaging wind threat, some larger hail threat from that. And then in the middle, you got nothing, right? Nothing's really formed. But the storm split on the southern side. It's a little bit stronger on the southern side, but you got that gap in between now. So we do have some storms into the approaching Fort Worth, but these are just on the strong side. They're not even severe. This is over the Interstate 35 corridor, 35W, heading towards Arlington, heading towards Bedford region. Hey, Alex. Well, that's what the severe thunderstorm watch calls for. This is from the National Weather Service. This is what they put out. The atmosphere is capable of that. Will we get that? That remains to be seen. It doesn't look like at the moment, right? We've had some baseball size hail into Oklahoma City. Outside of that, so that's the largest hail we've seen so far in Mustang, Oklahoma. But yes, the official severe thunderstorm watch calls for potentially up to softball size hail, up to 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. We have not seen that. All right. So, but the atmosphere is capable of that. Doesn't mean you're always going to get it. And it appears, again, we're not seeing it take off, right? So we're seeing on the lighter side, we're watching this evolve. So far, it's, based on the environment that it's going into, it's definitely kind of dodging a bullet, if you will. It's not it's staying on the lighter side, but it's a very volatile environment it's running into into the Metroplex. Hmm. All right. So yeah, there we go. We got that confirmed tornado now labeled as a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. Pauls Valley moving east at 30 miles an hour. So we still have that tornado confirmed at 5:31 as of 4 minutes ago, based on storm spotters in the area. You definitely be in a high alert as this continues to push eastbound at 30 miles an hour. This is likely rain wrapped as we speak, but Stratford is next in line. County Road 19 would be in the next in line. And then, like I said, Ada would be likely next in line from this supercell. Yes, we do have that confirmed stormy tornado. Pauls Valley, just north of Pauls Valley. Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado. We had storm spotters on it about 5 minutes ago. Reed Timmer confirmed the tornado. Let me go watch TV because I know they'll focus on DFW and not 150 miles north. Yeah, we've been going back and forth. I mean, we've been on this tornado for a while now. But yeah, we've been watching these cells. We had that one cell that blew up, and now it's really pulsed back down and left a pretty big mark. It left some pretty significant hail. The biggest hail was Mustang over Oklahoma, so that was really significant. And now that has completely died off. So it has lost all of its intensity, and now it's just a garden variety moderate rain. So, but it's left a pretty significant hail swath in its wake. And then we have the southern branches obviously now turned tornadic, and that was the one that's now producing a tornado and heading towards the Stratford into the Ada region. But outside of that, in Oklahoma, there's nothing else going on. We had those two cells. Now we just have one cell. But yeah, really, there's just basically two really severe cells. This is a borderline cell for south of Cleburne, and then again we have the one that's highlighted towards Bridgeport. That's producing some golf ball size hail out of Mineral Wells lifting north. So it's really two supercells over North Texas and over Oklahoma that we're really keeping an eye on. Outside of that, there's really not much else, outside of these two states here. Hey Tasha, hey, you're welcome. Happy to keep you informed. Yeah, we've been, like I said, we've been doing live coverage about 2.5 hours. We've been watching these storms built from the southwest. Um, they've been on the tamer side, considering the environment that we've been working with here. So we're going into a little bit more highly volatile environment. But we basically only have two severe thunderstorm warnings, and of course, further north, we're still dealing with that one tornado warning. But it's the only warning we have. There's no severe thunderstorm warnings. We just have that one cell that's obviously severe because we still drop in that tornado, continue to on its path eastbound at 30 miles an hour. So this would likely expire and probably continue. So if you live in Ada, you need to be on high alert. This tornado warning is likely going to be in your area in the next, or at least issued for your area in the next 7 minutes. Yeah, but for the most part, because of the split, we're seeing the immediate metroplex. These main cells that would likely impact the immediate metroplex just to be on the strong side, not even actually severe. We're not watching, we're not seeing any intensity levels try to creep up as this is just some heavier rain approaching the Arlington region, approaching the Bedford region, going towards Flower Mound. Yeah, sirens are going off in the Bedford region, so sirens are going off in Bedford. Well, again, they sirens go off for different things. They can go off for all three modes now. So they're it's not just tornadoes anymore, folks. It's wind and hail. It's all three. So if you're hearing the sirens, it's either because of its high winds approaching your area, could be some larger hail, but we're not seeing it. We're not seeing a radar indicated tornado. It's probably going to be mainly for wind and hail that you're hearing the sirens. Yes, we've been watching this, tornado in Pauls Valley for a while now. This is a confirmed tornado. It's been on the ground for about 9 minutes or so. So this is just outside of Pauls Valley. So it continues to be more or less rain wrapped tornado. This is continuing to lift, push eastbound at 30 miles an hour. So we still have, strong rotation, the lowering, of that tornado continue to push outside of on the west eastern side of Pauls Valley now, and then pushing, again pushing towards the 177 area, County Road 177, Hart, Lawrence, Fitzhugh. Those areas would likely be in the path and likely be extended under that tornado warning. But it is the only cell right now happening in Oklahoma. There's really nothing else happening up there. Yeah, there's someone's asking about Fort Worth. Again, with the two cells splitting, they've kind of lost their severity. That's kind of split in the middle, and Fort Worth's getting the middle portion. So it's just your light rain, moderate rain. I'm not even seeing any lightning actually. This is just some light to moderate rain moving through Fort Worth, heading to Arlington. There's not even any lightning strikes at all. South of Grand Prairie, this is south of Interstate 30. Wow. All right, so we did get the extension further off to the south as the southern branch pushes more east. So we're continuing to watch the evolution of the storm. The southern branch continues to kind of separate from the northern branch, but again, you just have two cells. You got two cells over the metroplex, and now this one is going to be expiring out of Glen Rose and Cleburne. This is going to continuing to through the Waco region, Groesbeck, Mahia, back through Corsicana. Yeah, and if anything, this is actually picking up speed a little bit. We were watching 25, 30, 35, 40, now at 45 miles an hour, continues to move a little bit faster across the metroplex, but fairly tame. This is just a quarter size hail, maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Definitely on the tamer side. Hey, rain starting in Justin right now. Winds are picking up. It's getting dark outside here in Denton. Yeah, so this one, your cell's getting a little bit closer. It's approaching Keller here. You can see the Keller region, Roanoke, Justin. But yeah, not too concerning. These are just strong thunderstorms moving into your area. All right, so we got some higher, some little bit bigger hail, about ping pong size, approaching the Runaway Bay region. So you're likely going to get hit hard. Conditions are going to go downhill fairly quickly in the Runaway Bay. Wind gusts are approaching up to 70 miles an hour. So these are, getting a little bit stronger wind gust with this northern branch of this supercell. Going to be crossing over Highway 380 there. This is Runaway Bay outside of Bridgeport. And this is likely going to be heading towards the Chico region. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for that area. All right, so it does appear that tornado is not on the ground anymore. It was likely on the ground for about 10 minutes or so, but it looks like it has lifted. So at the moment, the tornado has lifted as it's pushing towards the Stratford region, and it'll eventually head towards Ada. So we still have obviously the rotation around, but we don't have confirmation anymore of the tornado that was on the ground for about 10 minutes has now lifted. Hey, Larry. Yeah, I mean, Oklahoma, yeah, Omaha, Nebraska. Yeah, things are going to get pretty bumpy into, for Sunday and Monday, especially Monday. That's going to be a big high impact day. Oh. All right, so there is confirmation. The winds are getting a little bit more intense. We got just a confirmation of a spotter down there into Runaway Bay, just southwest of Runaway Bay of that supercell that has produced some golf ball size hail. Now some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So we are seeing a little bit stronger wind gust out of these supercells as well, especially out of this one that's kind of all by its lonesome. So yes, expect some 70-mile-per-hour winds into the Runaway Bay region. So if you live in that area, things are going to go downhill very quickly as this supercell is producing some ping pong, maybe some golf ball size hail approaching the Runaway Bay. Looks to be taking a direct hit and likely going right over the Lake Bridgeport region. It's probably going to be just off to your west of Bridgeport, the western side of Bridgeport, and then likely heading towards Chico, taking a direct hit with likely some of those stronger wind gusts and some golf ball size hail with that supercell that's heading your way. But it's just, again, it's just really two main areas. We got the one supercell in Oklahoma and we got the other one outside of Bridgeport. But most of the Metroplex, yeah, that separation just took a beating for most of the Metroplex. I mean, the heart of the Metroplex is really dodging a bullet, if you will, folks, if for lack of a better terms. I mean, there's not even any lightning strikes. This is nothing. There's hardly any rain. Arlington, Irving, Dallas, Carrollton, Bedford. Yeah, these are just, wow, this is amazing watching this. This is incredible that it's kind of lost all of its strength on the split or something. I don't even so, yeah, this environment's crazy volatile, and we're not really even seeing any lightning strikes here. Hey, winds are picking up now in Denton. Yeah, is that cluster heading to Sherman? It is, but right now it's just, again, it's on the tamer side. Right now it's unless something drastically happens in the immediate Metroplex, we're not seeing much of anything. That you got the southern side that's going to be continuing to lift south. That's going to be staying south of I-20. That's going to be in the Gun Barrel City. That's going to be Kaufman, Athens, Corsicana, those areas well south, south of I-20. But you can see the middle, the heart of the Metroplex. There's not much going on. This is going to be crossing over downtown Dallas, Irving, and this one cell is going to be that's going to be moving well away. This is more or less moving due north. So this one cell continues to gain intensity, but it's definitely not moving towards the Metroplex. This is moving towards Bowie, Bellevue, those areas, Sunset, Albert. Yeah, those areas are likely going to get hit by higher impact storms. Yeah, but most of the heart of the Metroplex is really, really dodging a bullet here. Hey, thunder now in Paloma Creek off 380. Hey, Danielle. Hey, it's already weakening. It's already weakening. So I'll just watch this. We'll continue to watch this, see if it gains any intensity. But wow, I'm probably this is good, right? No one wants crazy, softball size hail or anything like that. But yeah, the atmosphere is just crazy volatile, and just not to see any lightning strikes whatsoever. It's just kind of really hard to believe. There's not really not much going on. It's the Bedford, Irving, Dallas, Mesquite. Yeah, just your garden variety rain showers. Yeah, you can see where the intensity is. It's all mainly kind of congealed over Runaway Bay, Paradise. Got really intense lightning over there. Decatur, Bridgeport. Those are packing a punch. It's not going to be light everywhere, but there's definitely areas that are not much going on. There's definitely areas that are really packing a punch. So Springfield, Paradise, if anything, this storm looks to actually, increase in lightning strikes. That's always an indication it's getting stronger. So you can see the purples, it's still holding their own. It's the purples are right over Runaway Bay. These are always already producing some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some golf ball size hail, ping pong size hail out of this atmosphere. So it's crossing over, going to be crossing over Highway 380 right now. Going to be pushing towards Lake Bridgeport and eventually the Chico region. Yeah, but if anything, this hail core looks to be a little bit bigger. So it is this storm is definitely gaining intensity while everything else is definitely on the milder side for sure. Yeah, you can see what's coming out of this. We've had quarter size hail, right? Quarter size hail out of Whitney, 4 miles northwest of Whitney. Other than that, that's all this storm is. Some borderline 60-mile-per-hour winds, some borderline quarter size hail, and there's nothing. There's nothing severe. There's barely even a lightning strike in the Metroplex. So you definitely have that gap there. Hey, I appreciate you keeping it up, Metro, so I enjoy my birthday dinner. Yeah, and if you live in the Metroplex, folks, I mean, all I can tell you is we dodged a bullet. I don't know how else to explain it, but yeah, it's when it split, it just zapped all the energy. So we'll watch this. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but yeah, you can see where the energy is. When the two split, and when it's split, it just the middle part is nothing. You got all the lightning strikes on that storm south of 120, I-20, Cleburne, Waxahachie, Waco, Corsicana. Yeah, stronger storm for sure. A little bit more intense storm, deeper reds, purples, 70-mile-per-hour winds, a lot of even more compact, lightning strikes. You've got some serious cloud tops with that one. This one could, we're approaching 60,000 feet. This is definitely the one to watch, right? This is if you live in Bowie, if you live, Chico, Alvord, Sunset, you need to be on high alert for this storm. This could drop some serious, more significant hail. Yeah, 55,000 feet heading over Bridgeport, 56,000 feet. So this continues to hold its own there. That one does not look like it's losing any of its intensity. It's kind of stealing all the energy. These two tails are more or less stealing all the energy of the atmosphere. All right, so we got all right, so now we have yet another tornado warning that has formed. So we've got another tornado warning. This was also in Oklahoma. Remember, they're under a tornado watch. North Texas is under a severe thunderstorm watch. So this is north of Caddo. So this is north of Durant. This is north of Durant, outside of Atoka. So this is outside of Atoka, Oklahoma. Again, two cells, and that one cell by Ada is showing that hook again. It's showing the exact same type of look. So it's trying to maybe recycle and maybe maybe back build a little bit and come back. So there was that tornado. We got the confirmation tornado developed just west of Interstate 35. And as it was likely on the ground for about probably 10 or 12 minutes or so, it appeared before it lifted. And now it looks like it's, possibly recycling as it's trying to take advantage of that same strong rotation and trying to possibly lower again with that kind of same type of look of that hook echo trying to somewhat try to form on the southern side there. So This is still tornado warned, and it could still possibly drop a tornado at any moment. There's nothing really anything else around it. So um, yeah, so there's just again several isolated supercells that are all kind of holding its own and packing a punch. Outside of that, just not much going on, right? Um, a Garland, hey, Thunder here and Prosper. All right, so we got some heavier rain. I mean, we're not like gonna not get anything. I mean, there's it's coming out of Euless or Shady Grove, heading towards the Irving area. Trying to pick up a little bit stronger, heading towards Interstate 35. Highway 635 there. Sorry, 635. These are lifting northeast. This is coming out of downtown Dallas. Another little cell trying to come out of the Lakewood region. That's also going to be heading towards Garland. But yeah, more importantly, there's like little to no lightning strikes. Do you see one? I don't really see any, right? So that's just a sign that these aren't strengthening. These are not trying to gain an intensity. These are just garden variety showers and thunderstorms. This is nothing terribly to be concerned about in the heart of the metroplex. Like I said, we basically got a couple cells that we have to worry about, and that's about it. Yeah, at this point, I mean, yes, McKinney does get rain a little bit, but it doesn't. I mean, you're looking at it as well as I do. I mean, you can see what's coming. There's no lightning strikes with these. This is probably last about 10, 15 minutes or so, and maybe drop tenth of an inch of rain, maybe a quarter of inch of rain, and then it's gonna be done. Right? I mean, there's not much behind it. There's you're done in Benbrook, you're done in Fort Worth, you're done in Arlington. I mean, this is uh, yeah. There's I mean, the again the heart of the metroplex really dodged the bullet here. Hey, I'm in Ennis right now. You're down there towards Ennis again. Yeah, we possibly had a possible tornado there in Ennis last night. I know the National Weather Service will be doing their surveys. This is a different setup than what we were dealing with last night. What's approaching you right now. This is mainly some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Might be a quarter size hail or two in there, but other than that, we've got some pretty intense lightning going to be over your area. Pretty strong squall line that will move through, but you can see it's not really going to be lasting that long. After this moves through, you're more or less in the clear for the evening. I mean, there's going to be another setup tomorrow, folks. Hey, for people that want the storms, so most people don't want the storms. They're always happy that it doesn't come to fruition, that we didn't get like some nasty severe storms like the atmosphere is calling for. But you always have to base the forecast what the atmosphere is calling for, and sometimes it's overperforms and sometimes it underperforms. Right? Tomorrow might be a different setup. We got a same identical type setup that's going to be approaching the metroplex. We got a hatched risk. We've got a slight risk in play. We've got a larger hail threat, for the metroplex. We've got high wind threat tomorrow. So the same type of dynamics between 4 and 8 o'clock. So it could be a completely different environment tomorrow. So, but we'll stay with this. We are watching, a little bit stronger activity. Nothing to be concerned about. Definitely some It's a little bit heavier rain trying to push through Roanoke. Uh, got Justin region coming up I-30, I-35 there. Again, if you're just kind of tuning in, we've got we watched these we watched a couple cells form. They were all compact in a kind of a squall line, if you will. These two separated. We had the southern side branch off and had a northern side, and then when that split happened, it kind of left a donut hole, if you will, in the metroplex, and left some, maybe even some cooler air filtering in out ahead of it to kind of erode some of the intensity to knock these storm levels down, because we're definitely seeing not even nothing, right? I mean, it's the southern branch that's on the stronger side, and so it's the northern branch that's on the stronger side. Hey, it's green skies right there in Decatur. Oh wow, you're seeing some green skies. Yeah, it's typically that when you see some green skies, that's typically you're seeing some rotation in your area. That's likely some hail nearby. You're definitely probably seeing that golf ball size hail core nearby. Yeah, we are getting likely some of that ping pong golf ball size hail in Runaway Bay. You're likely seeing that. You could be seeing some of that outside of Bridgeport, but there's Decatur, right? So if you're putting this in motion here, or watching this evolve, so the one outside of Paradise, just west of you, is not as strong. It's the one by Runaway Bay, but if you're seeing the green, you're likely seeing some of that hail core that's nearby. But we're getting the extension of that severe thunderstorm warning as this continues to lift more or less northeast. So now this is Montague, Wise, and Cook County. So those three areas are likely going to be seeing conditions going downhill fairly quickly. We've got confirmed golf ball size hail at times, and a small little pocket within that severe thunderstorm warning. This was located over Lake Bridgeport. This is right over the lake, if you will. This is Lake Bridgeport right here, and this is moving at 35 miles an hour. So this is an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. Going to be getting some higher wind gusts. Has produced some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this warning, and this is likely going to be heading towards Chico and then to the Alvord region. Those areas are next in line from those higher winds and some of that larger hail. And eventually, this would likely lead towards maybe the Roston region, towards Munster, those areas. Yeah, someone's asking me about the cloud tops on these storms now. Yeah, they've been right around that range. Um, okay, so yeah, about 56,000 feet. So they've been holding their own. They've been right around that end of that 50 range. At one point, they were 60,000 feet was the highest cloud top I saw for the evening. So yeah, right at peaking 56, 57,000 feet there. So yeah, it's pretty significant. You know, hmm, Here, let me X out, get back in, folks. I gotta reset this. Sorry, hold on one second. Okay, it was just acting up on me. All right, so yeah, I mean, we got the a little bit higher echo top out of Denton. I mean, this is nothing to sneeze at. It's still pretty strong. I mean, and we are actually seeing some lightning strikes starting to come. So this one's actually trying to intensify as we speak, as it's approaching the Denton region. So you can definitely see the lightning strikes. We're getting some stronger cloud tops, higher cloud tops. So this is a little bit more significant storm than we were watching about 5 minutes ago. So a lot more lightning strikes are starting to come together outside of Flower Mound. This is right side outside of the Justin region, right up Interstate 35. This is approaching Denton. So outside of Corinth, going to likely impact Ponder into the Denton region. So we are watching this storm trying to get a little bit stronger as each frame heading towards the Denton region. It's probably trying to get some of that outflow from the Bridgeport area. All right, so we continue to watch this storm up here in Oklahoma, still producing, radar indicated tornado, still has that strong rotation. Again, we're not seeing that hook anymore, so it's if anything, it's not trying to gain in intensity, but it's still holding that rotation right along into Stratford. So this is taking that B line like we talked about, continue to push eastbound, heading towards the Stratford, right over the Stratford region right now, actually. And again, Ada would be in the site, so this would likely be extended into the Ada region. But yes, that is one of the only storms we have lost the tornado warning further south. There's just two supercells. All right, so they did. Okay, so we have severe thunderstorm warning. So we got that developing, strengthening storm heading towards Denton. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Denton, Cook, and Grayson County. So Denton, Cook, and Grayson County. We're watching a cell trying to gain an intensity. You can definitely see a lot of lightning strikes actually getting stronger as we speak, heading towards the Denton region. So this is going to be impacting right over North Lake. This is right over the North Lake region, heading due north around 35 miles an hour. So Copper Canyon, Ray Roberts Lake, back into the Valley View region, the Collinsville region, Pilot Point, Denton, Ponder, Texas, Lake Ray Roberts, Aubrey, Crossroads, North Lake, which is where it's at now, Bolivar, Lake Kiowa, Bartonsville, Dish, Justin, Corinth, and Argyle are all kind of in the path of this, strengthening storm and some higher wind gusts. It is producing some 65 miles an hour. So as these storms are getting a little bit closer to the Metroplex, they did weaken, but now we're starting to see a kind of a strengthening phase, at least on the Denton side of the storm, as this continues to lift northbound around 35 miles an hour. And if anything, we're starting to see maybe even the health threat try to come up. So we're starting to see right along 177. So this is around 177. We've got a little bit stronger health threat. This storm is likely trying to intensify as we speak, as it's coming right up the I-35 corridor. Denton is likely going to be taking a direct hit right along Interstate 35. So this is a developing situation. We're likely seeing some 65 mile per hour wind gust in outside of Denton. This is right along I-35. This is 6 o'clock in the evening on a Saturday night, folks. You know, there is a lot of people on the interstate right now, likely getting pounded with some developing larger hail trying to form and some higher wind gusts. So that those crosswinds can be fairly significant. Think about 18 wheelers when they're having to deal with maybe some 65-mile-per-hour winds, some higher gust at times as this continues to move northbound at 35 miles an hour. But you can see the intensity here. It's really starting to come together. You can see all the deeper reds really starting to fill in here outside of Flower Mound. This is Justin, really blinding rain, Highland Village, Corinth, into Ponder. It's approaching the Denton region, right approaching Highway 380. So Highway 380, if you live just off to its east, we've got some heavier activity coming out of Addison, heading into right along the tollway, some heavier rains. There's not much lightning strikes here, so this is kind of holding its own. It's not really trying to intensify at the moment, but out west it is. So, and then we have that storm out towards Bowie, out towards Munster, that's producing some larger hail. That's up to the golf ball size variety, and that's continuing to push, further east. I mean, further off to the north. That's again some serious cloud tops with these storms. A little bit more significant storm. The hell core is right over north of Decatur. So this is just crossed over Paradise, crossed over Bridgeport. Now it's just north of the Decatur region, right north of Highway 380. So north of Highway 380, they're likely getting some of that ping pong to golf ball size hail as this continues to lift north of around 35 miles an hour. Two separate cells we're working with. Both have about 65, 70 mile per hour winds with it, and both of them are moving north around 35 miles an hour. But overall, once this passes, you're pretty much in the clear, folks. This, if that's going to be it for the evening, then we definitely dodged a bullet. So it's basically nothing in downtown Dallas. There's, pretty clear in Fort Worth, Arlington, Bedford, Irving. You're done in downtown Dallas. Um, yeah, so these storms will likely on the southern side continuing to push east. These will likely continue to push east. We do have another storm down here, but I mean I doubt this makes it too far much in into the metroplex. We're just working with what we have right now that's predominantly coming through the northern areas into Denton and to Collin County here. Hey, Cindy, you're in Stonebridge and it's starting to sprinkle here. Yeah, I would imagine it's probably going to start, raining here shortly. There's Highway 121. There's the tollway. This is probably going to last about 15 minutes or so. Nothing longer than that. But yeah, just some light to moderate rain, some embedded heavier rains here where you see the reds. It's raining right now in Plano. Going to be coming up I-75, Highway 75 here. So it kind of met the time frame. I mean, we're 6:15, right there in Collin County. This is where it's impacting. I mean, but luckily they're on the tamer side, right? We're not seeing any of the intensity levels here. Hey, lightning coming in from the west, from Denton County towards Collin County. Yeah, they're getting some of the, some of the outflow from that. Yeah, heavier rain starting to build into the colony here. Going to be crossing over a Highway 121 there. Here's the colony. Here's Flower Mound. So Flower Mound, you're just about done. Raining pretty good right now, and into the Louisville region. So Roanoke, Justin, there's Ponder, Texas. There it is. Denton. Denton's taking the brunt of the storm right now. Very heavy rain, some intense lightning happening. You're likely feeling some of those stronger wind gusts come through. Yeah, I would say so. Much of Tarrant County, yeah, much of Tarrant County, much of Dallas County. You can see there's nothing else behind it, right? You're pretty much going to be in the clear. I mean, like I said, I doubt what this is. It's likely going to be saying well south of the Metroplex. Hey, starting to hear thunder here in McKinney, and starting to sprinkle a little bit. Yeah, it's just not going to last long at all. There's one little pocket of heavier rain. Yeah, one little lightning strike you know trying to intensify the storm, but that's it. There's pretty clear on the south side. Again, it's only last maybe 10 minutes or so. Yeah, the southern branch is not moving towards the Metroplex. It is staying south. Again, it's heading towards Corsicana, to the Gun Barrel City region, to the Athens region. This would likely impact Palestine. Going to be impacting Tyler here in the next 45 minutes or so. Yeah, the southern branch is definitely moving faster. Hey, starting to get some thunder there in Anna, thunder in Sherman. Yeah, so I would imagine Sherman's probably going to be getting some of that stronger activity as this is moving more, north northeast. Yeah, Denton is taking the brunt of it right now, so it's right there in downtown Denton. It is blinding rain. They're definitely feeling it right now over the Denton region. The wind gusts are likely upwards to 50, 60, probably those 65-mile-per-hour winds. So the severe thunderstorm does include Pilot Point. It does include those areas in Tioga, Valley View, into the Collinsville region, Sanger, Aubrey. All those areas are going to get some of those pretty intense lightning strikes, some heavier winds, some quarter size hail moving through. Starting to rain in Plano now. Yeah, so there's the northern side of Plano coming up right Highway 75. So passing the George Bush there, passing the George Bush, coming up Highway 75 towards Waters Creek, towards Allen. But you can see how fast it clears out. It's pretty much done in Irving. It's done in Carrollton. So it's just a quick bout of rain. Hey, it's raining now here into the Denton area, some lightning and some thunder, major thunder into Prosper. Yeah, so there's the city of Prosper, likely feeling the effects of the stuff in the colony coming up your way. All right, if we kind of zoom out, you can see kind of the big picture of what we're working with here. So we've had, again, we've been watching that supercell further north, still holding its own, still with that tornado, radar indicated tornado. It did drop one just north of Pauls Valley, Oklahoma tonight. Was on the ground for likely 10 or 12 minutes or so. And so now the activities further south within the Metroplex, essentially we got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got the one further south that's, producing some quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then the one to the north that's impacting Denton County and those areas towards Bridgeport, into the Bowie region, heading towards Munster. Those areas are getting some, a lot of lightning strikes, some intense rain, some upwards to ping pong, maybe some golf ball size hail within that storm. Yeah, there's the more significant hail core. This is the one that has potentially the golf ball size hail with it, heading towards the Munster region. So that's going to be impacting the Munster region in the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. And so that one will obviously continue to lift further north, heading into Thackerville, outside of the Oklahoma region. Then, of course, you got the one outside of Denton. That's going to be on the smaller variety, on the quarter size, nickel size type size hail variety. Some heavier rains picking up now in Allen, pouring over the Waters Creek region. So we're seeing some heavier rains move through Highway 121. This continues to lift northbound. It's getting some rain right now in the Fairview region. So you're probably feeling the outskirts of it in Princeton. And this is going to eventually approach the McKinney region. And of course, Melissa would be next after that. But yeah, look at all that intense lightning back behind that storm. Very intense lightning coming out of that storm still. Hey, wind's blowing pretty hard in West Frisco. Yeah, you're likely going to be getting some of those higher wind gusts, the 40-mile-per-hour range, 40, 50-mile-per-hour. Let's just get the mesoscale discussion on here. All right. Hey, raining right now, and Princeton heading towards North Lavon. You can see it. It's trying to strengthen up a little bit as it's crossing over Lake Lavon. Looks like it's pouring now, just a downpour in Waters Creek, the Allen region. Yeah, there's Highway 121. It's approaching Fairview. It's going to be not, over the Lowry crossing right now. The McKinney would be next in line for the storm. There's the Frisco region. Frisco's probably likely getting some lighter rain. Yeah, that blue, that's your severe thunderstorm watch I put back on. So we're still under that severe thunderstorm watch until 10 o'clock or so. But there's obviously going to be certain areas that are going to be letting it expire earlier than that. But yeah, no, if anything, it's trying to gain its intensity as it pushes further north into Highway 380. We're definitely seeing a lot more lightning strikes trying to come together outside of Denton and to Fort Worth, into Corinth there. crossing over the Highway 380 corridor. Some pretty intense rain happening in Justin into the Ponder region, Crum, Aubrey. Those areas are really, really likely feeling it right now. The sun's out in Frisco. It's like really dark out here. Oh wow, it's only 6:30. It seemed later than that. Yeah, it's really dark outside my window at McKinney. Yeah, if anything, this is going to lead to a really nice sunset. It should be actually a really nice night once this clears out. But yeah, it looks like about 8:30. I thought it was 8:30 instead of 6:30. But yeah, here we go. This is the Collin County area. Yeah, there's Waters Creek, there's Fairview, Princeton, likely getting some heavier rain now, heading towards the New Hope region. This is crossing Highway 121, heading towards Frisco. Yeah, so Prospero would be next in line. Little Elm, here's the Oak Point region. So things are going down here in Oak Point, but still the stronger storms as we head towards Denton. That's where they're under that severe thunderstorm warning. You know, currently some higher wind gusts with that one. And then the more significant storm still with some larger hail that has now tried to come down as it's pushing towards Munster. Yeah, rain for 5 minutes and sunny now on Lake Highlands. Yeah, it clears out fairly quickly here. Yeah, if anything, we still got 2 more hours of daylight, so it's yeah. I mean, it clears out it clears out pretty nicely here. Yeah, sun out in Dallas right now. Yeah, I believe it. It's pretty clear skies in Dallas. Yeah, it's pretty clear after the storm passes. I wouldn't say like clear, like not any clouds, but I mean there's no storms. There's definitely no storms back behind it. Hey Ben, yeah, we have a identical setup as we did today for tomorrow. So same type of setup. We're under a hatched risk for large hail, damaging winds, low tornado threat, kind of the same type of environment, right? It doesn't mean a similar outcome. It could be completely different tomorrow, but based on the environment today and what we were looking for, yeah, it's obviously wasn't nearly as intense as what the atmosphere called for. I'm starting to hear some faint thunder out, now starting to hear some of that action just south of 121 there. Starting to get confirmation it's starting to rain in McKinney. So this is coming up Highway 75 here out towards Fairview, crossing over 121. This is approaching likely the El Dorado region. So we zoom in, there's El Dorado, there's the Virginia Parkway, there's Hardin Boulevard. You can see there's Lake Forest, there's Ridge, Glen Oaks. There's it's getting into the Stonebridge area. There's Custer 2478, and then you got Preston there. There's the tollway. Yeah, it's already past you guys in the colony. Things are clearing out rapidly in the colony, the Addison area, Plano, Richardson, Carrollton. This is actually going to turn out to a really nice night, folks. Once this passes, it's going to be nice, and it's still early. That you go out to dinner, and probably a little bit more patio weather, a little bit cooler. Took off some of the steam, at least for a short period of time. All right, so definitely some heavier rains now approaching the Fairview area. Likely some heavy downpours across that region. And then that's on the southern side of McKinney now. Yeah, so downpour in McKinney right now. So you're on the west side of McKinney. So it's I haven't hasn't started raining here yet, but I'm sure it's not too long, not too far away. Yeah, you're even getting some mixed purples here at times a little bit. So this storm by Sanger trying to intensify even further. So yeah, this storm is crossing over into Oklahoma. The one by Bowie, still holding its own, still producing some golf ball size hail, likely over Munster region. This is where the potential golf ball size hail would likely be, crossing over 380 there in Munster, or sorry, Highway 82 there. Yeah, so pouring in McKinney now. You see the deeper red right over Fairview, right over the southern side of McKinney there. Going to be approaching Highway 380 here. Hey, any rain after this? No, it looks to clear out fairly nice. So this is gonna kind of, I guess, cleanse the atmosphere, if you will, more or less, stabilize it, and there's not much. If we kind of zoom out, right, there's not much happening back behind this. So once this moves out, it's going to be a nice evening, folks. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some nice sunsets out there, some nice weather, probably some 10 to 15 degree cooler weather. Feels cooler already, so you're getting the outflow of it. So we got the storms early. Obviously, they weren't as intense as anybody anticipated. And then you move them out early. Then you got clearing in the backside, and you get all the best of both worlds. You get the nice night for a Saturday night. It's still early enough. You can go out to dinner. Um, you can still save a lot of your plans. Hey, it stopped now. Looks like it's trying to skip over here. Yeah, it's just a very small area there, folks. It's not going to last that long. So, but yeah, you're still going to get at least a little rain out of this deal. All right, so heavy rain and Princeton, Fairview. There's McKinney, likely pouring in downtown McKinney now. Coming up Highway 75 towards Highway 380. There's the city of Melissa. Of course, you got Blue Ridge up north. You got Anna. All this will be heading your way. Rain just a little bit in Farmersville. Raining right now in Princeton. It's already pretty much done in Allen. Lasted again about 10 minutes or so in Allen, and it's clearing out nicely. I don't know if you can hear the thunder outside my window. Yeah, so still some pretty healthy lightning strikes over Denton. That's still holding its own. That's crossing over Highway 380 right now. So yeah, you got the last gasp of it, if you will, out of Frisco, coming out of the Little Elm region. You've got it's clear in Flower Mound there. You can see most of Dallas, most of Fort Worth, most of Weatherford. You're all on the clearer side. You're likely experiencing that nice evening already. Bridgeport, Garland, Plano. Those areas are really clearing out nicely on the backside. You're done, and Allen. Just be careful about the lightning strikes. You can see this anvil lightning happening on the backside. There's nothing happening south of Waters Creek, but you can see this lightning strike. Those are the ones you can always kind of catch you off guard. Even though things have cleared out, you can have lightning strikes that strike a good distance away. So you got to be careful not to be out in the elements even after this passes for a little bit of a time. Make sure the lightning is far enough away that you don't get any of this type of anvil lightning, because these are the ones that can always sneak up on you, if you will, and you weren't really expecting it because there's nothing else around. But these are often the more serious lightning strikes when you're not really expecting it anymore. But yeah, look at that. I mean, pretty intense Highway 5 there. Look at that purple trying to form right into downtown McKinney, just taking a beating there. Wilson Creek Parkway, Louisiana Street. Look at that purple likely forming over downtown McKinney. Just torrential rain right now. Highway 5. So it's trying to pick up as it's crossing over downtown McKinney as we speak. There's South McDonald. There's the Industrial Boulevard. You got El Dorado Parkway. You got Wilson Creek. There's Graves Road. There's Louisiana. There's Virginia. There's Tennessee. But yeah, blinding and pretty intense storm. Very heavy rain coming through downtown McKinney. Going to be crossing over into the New Hope area. And this will likely head towards Melissa. So Melissa would be your next in line. So this is obviously heading towards the Melissa region. Going to be heading towards, eventually Anna, those areas further north, Blue Ridge, the Weston region. But you're done in Allen tonight. Everything's pretty much cleared out in Allen nicely. It's that lightning strike has subsided. It's trying to fade away. So things are kind of clearing out nicely now. But yeah, it looks almost black outside. It's starting to rain. But yeah, pretty intense stuff going on downtown McKinney. It's not even severe, folks. This is not a severe storm over downtown McKinney. Just some very torrential, heavy rain. Not even too many lightning strikes out of that. But we are getting, a fairly decent, strong storm come through McKinney and coming up Highway 75 up to, Highway 5 there. That's impacting the New Hope region. Hey, Jason. Yeah, some heavy downpour, high winds, 380 and Hardin. Yeah, there's Highway 380. There is Hardin Boulevard. You can actually see where you're in that red. Wow, look at that, folks. If I stop this, so this is what we're talking about. This is downtown McKinney. Look at the intense, the blinding. This is the deep purples. This is some pretty intense stuff happening. So there's Louisiana Street. There's Central. There's White. There's Highway 380. There's South McDonald. There's Tennessee. Yeah, but look at that storm. That's this is not severe, but you're likely getting some really, really intense rain. It's just kind of blew up there in McKinney. Just really exploding there over downtown McKinney. Just kind of taking a beating right now. Likely some very intense, heavy rain coming out of that atmosphere. Yeah, I'll leave that right there. So yeah, we're getting some blinding rain, and the city of McKinney is just kind of blew up. I mean, it's like the deepest purples of the night right now. Very very torrential, heavy rain right now happening over the McKinney region. So it's probably not going to last long, but you're definitely feeling the effects there as this is moving through Collin County. This is likely going to continue off to into Melissa. All right, so we'll watch this and we'll kind of zoom out, see what else is happening here. But again, once this passes, then it's fairly nice, folks. So this is just some very heavy rain that's going to be moving through portions of Denton and Collin County, and once this passes, then you're feeling the effects in Allen, right? It's done in Plano, it's done in Richardson, it's done in Carrollton. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any signs of it trying to fill in the gaps here. There's nothing trying to form, back behind this area. We do have this one little cell southwest, but I don't think that's going to be staying well south if it tries to hold together. All right, so there's that tornado warning. It's right over Ada, as we've been talking about. Like, I mean, we called this storm many long time ago. We had that storm that blew up over north of Pauls Valley, took just a direct straight eastward trajectory, went right over Stratford, and now it's right over the city of Ada. So yeah, right over the city of Ada, continuing to produce rotation out of that same supercell, continue to produce some ping pong, some golf ball size hail at times, and then now some higher winds, 65, 70 mile per hour winds out of that. I had sprinkled a little bit off Coyton in Virginia area, was hoping to have more rain. Looks like I will need to turn my sprinklers back on. I mean, you still got tomorrow and Monday, so it's not like there's no rain for tomorrow and Monday. So we still have rain. There's still severe threat for you know Sunday for yeah, raining right now in Salina. Yeah, clear and sunny right now in East Dallas right now. Hey Lisa, ugly lightning. So you're experiencing some of that lightning heading towards northern Collin County there. All right, so it's approaching Melissa. I mean, it looks like it kind of just like it literally just blew up right over downtown McKinney with those deeper purples, and now it's still strong, but not as intense as it was, as it's heading right up Highway 30, Highway 5 there, heading towards the Melissa region. All right, so it's starting to rain now in Salina. Starting to get some of that outflow from that Denton storm. You'll still get some heavy rains, Lisa. It just won't last very long, but you'll still get a little bit of something. No, as of right now, there's no tornado threat. I mean, these are just some stronger wind gusts coming through the area, feeling the effects of some lightning, some heavier rains at times. But again, once this moves through, then um, it's really calm for the evening. It's definitely not as intense as the atmosphere was calling for. And if anything, that southern storm is now not even warned anymore. So it's not even warned anymore. So we really are dealing with two storms on the northern side of North Texas now. So the one that's trying to wrap up out of Denton, and you can see there's not much on the south side of that. And so we have that one storm that had moved through, McKinney and much of Collin County here. That's going into the northern side of Collin County, into Melissa, into Blue Ridge, into Anna. But yeah, Heavier rains are moving into the Prosper region and the Salina region. These are not severe, so but we are getting some lightning with them. Hey, Stormy, yeah, thundering and winds are picking up right now. Oh, you got power out right now in Hannah and Valley View. So apparently it knocked the power out at Valley View. I mean, you are getting, again, you're still getting some 60 to 65 mile per hour winds with this setup and some of the stronger storms. So, but right now it's holding its own right along Highway 380 there, literally from Ponder to Denton to Corinth to Little Elm, just north of Frisco, McKinney. So this, you're kind of getting the outflow as this is pushing, that Denton storm is now pushing into Collin County now, but on the northern side of Collin County. Has Aubrey seen the worst of it? Yeah, I mean, pretty much it's starting to wind down. I mean, there's Aubrey. Here's the city of Aubrey. So you're still got, you still got some heavier rains. I mean, it's trying to build back up a little bit out towards Ponder, but this is, you're almost done. I mean, once this moves through, you're going to be clear for the night. Hey, I'm north of Denton right now. Little trees were sideways of some of that. Yeah, we had wind gusts of 65 miles an hour there. But that one little cell still kind of holding its own out towards Ada. Everywhere else is, we're not really seeing much. And even in Oklahoma, I mean, again, we still have that tornado watch in Oklahoma. So we still have the tornado watch in Oklahoma. So I mean, you can argue both states is not really seeing terribly too much there. There were definitely some pockets of it. We definitely had some larger hail at times. But yes, this is your tornado watch that still goes on for another 3 hours until 10, just like the severe thunderstorm watch. So we still have the watches in place. These will likely try to expire, or they, at least pockets of it will let expire. But yeah, this watch extended well south, into the San Antonio region, west of into Fredericksburg, Killeen, Brownwood, Waco. I mean, all these areas extended well south. We just didn't really see too much in those areas. And then even north that we definitely had the tornado that dropped, but overall we had two cells, and they were basically one cell that really split into two, and one you can see produced really significant hail outside of Oklahoma City. At the peak at Mustang, Oklahoma, hit baseball size hail. And then we had that confirmed tornado just outside of Pauls Valley. And then this storm has been warned ever since. So it went through Stratford. Now it's over the city of Ada. And so this is continuing to, now it's actually let that expire. So this is going to continue to push east there. Hey, Tyler. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks so much for the donation. Greatly appreciate it. But yeah, it's almost kind of winding down in North Texas. It's just the northern side outside, just north of 380 there. Likely getting some lightning trying to come back there in McKinney there, just north of Highway 380 outside of Salina, Aubrey, and the Pilot Point area. Raining pretty good right now in Salina, heading towards the Gunner area. And of course, this cell that was over McKinney, now it's going to be heading towards Melissa. But we're not seeing the intensity as we were over downtown McKinney for a short while. Yeah, so you're hearing some thunder now in Anna. So it's been thundering. I'm not really sure how much it's rained at my house, but it's yeah, man, more or less it's just rain. Yeah, it's just after this winds down, we've still got some lightning to contend with. But once this clears out, by 7:30 or so, most of North Texas is going to be in the clear. I mean, you can see it rapidly clears out further south. There's not much happening in Mesquite, Garland, Plano. This is rapidly clearing out quickly, even into East Texas, Quinlan, um, you know, Ferris, Ennis. I mean, it clears out rapidly, folks. Waco, yeah, not much happening on the backside. Yeah, so as soon as this clears out, it's going to be a fairly nice evening here, and we still have another hour and a half of daylight. Hey, Carol. Yeah, I mean, it could easily turn sideways pretty quickly. I mean, the atmosphere was definitely calling for some pretty intense stuff tonight. So, if it, again, anytime you can remain on the tamer or the lighter side of that is always good. I mean, there were definitely pockets that had some intense hail, but they were pretty fairly isolated. Hey, starting to rain right now, and Trenton and to Leonard. Yeah, so everything's going to be lifting off to the northeast now. So there is the city of Leonard. The Blue Ridge heading towards Melissa. It's about to start raining in Melissa now. Going to be raining now in Anna. It looks like they went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning for areas into Whitesboro. So now it continues to lift northeast at our northbound out of Gainesville, heading towards Pilot Point. So there's that storm that we've been tracking, continuing to push through Whitesboro and eventually heading towards the Red River. So areas in its path are going to be, Carlsberg, Valley View, Collinsville, Sadler, into Gunner, into the Sherwood Shores area, Dorchester. This is just some quarter-size hail at times and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. As these storms are more or less weakening now, they're not likely trying to gain in intensity any longer. Yeah, really dark in Anna, like it's 9 o'clock. Yeah, I know. It's almost dark here, Lisa. I get it. It's pretty dark outside. It definitely appears like it's about to. That's why I was like had to double check the time. It's still only 6:50. If anything, it's trying to hold on a little bit longer in Collin County. We're getting some little outflow of that storm, so it's building back up again in McKinney and Prosper. So you get a little one last gasp of some light to moderate rain, if you will. Hey, Boston, getting some thunder now in the Sherman area. Yeah, Sherman is under, at least a piece of it is under that severe thunderstorm warning. So everything's lifting north, but it's kind of getting blown off into Collin and Grayson County now. All right, sounds like I'm finally actually getting the rain now. So what about Van Alstine? So yeah, everything's kind of heading towards Van Alstine. So there's the city of Howell. There's Van Alstine. So you're not that far away, going to be approaching your area. So not terribly too much to be concerned about. Some light to moderate, some embedded heavier rains, but it's probably going to last a good 20 minutes or so. And this is trying to backfill again a little bit outside of McKinney. So all this is going to have to push through to the north here. But it is building back a little bit in Prosper into the northern side of Frisco. It's raining again on the southern side of McKinney. Getting into downtown McKinney now. Outside of Prosper, the Salina region. Hey, sun's shining now in Stonebriar Mall in Frisco. Yeah, I believe it. It's fairly clear now. I mean, this is, if you zoom in here, this is the city of Frisco. There's Main Street, and then you got there's Stonebrick Parkway, and of course you got Eldorado Parkway. There's Main Street, and so yeah, sun is shining outside of Frisco, and there's not much. Should be shining for about another hour or so. Hey, Jamie. Yeah, we got a similar setup tomorrow. We're still going to have that severe risk. We got, again, large hail, damaging winds, isolated tornado threat. It's kind of a similar setup for tomorrow. It's going to be starting at 4 o'clock, go through to 8 o'clock. Similar dynamics. Doesn't mean similar outcomes. It could be completely different, but the atmosphere is still the same, more or less. Still highly volatile. We're still going to get in the low 90s, still mid 70 dew points, still have large hail potential, damaging winds, low tornado threat. That's still in the works. The morning's going to be totally fine. Most of the early afternoon should be fine, and then we'll watch storms, form out west, move east. So yeah, we'll be doing all this again tomorrow. Hey, Bonham, Lightning playing some baseball. I mean, it's everything's lifting northeast, so you're going to get rain. You're probably going to have some delays at least, so that lightning's going to be heading your way. So it's usually you can see lightning 25 miles away. So there's a lightning strike right there. There's north of Weston. That's probably 25 miles away from Bonham right now. So, but everything's lifting northeast. You are going to get rain, so you're probably going to have at least delays on your baseball game. I mean, there's not terribly too much hail left, really. I mean, again, we got quarter size hail with a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, but outside of that, there's not much any, everything else is like marble, penny, dime, nothing to your bigger hail is going to be, maybe even borderline quarter size hail. It would have to be this one. I mean, this would be your storm. Hey, it's raining quite a bit in Coit and Virginia area right now. Yeah, I mean, it did kind of backfill a little bit. I mean, yeah, look at that. It's trying to build back a little bit as we got some of that outflow from the Denton storm, and we got a little bonus rain, I call it, and you get some bonus rain filling back in. So that'll have to move through. That'll have to move through the northern sections of Collin and Denton County, and but again, there's nothing really back behind that for further south. Yeah, getting dark here in Sherman and some heavy rain and some lightning. Yeah, definitely Sherman's going to get it. You're going to get some. You're definitely going to get some heavy rain and some lightning there. It's approaching the Howe region. It's over Gunner right now. So it'll be over your area shortly for sure. No, I wouldn't expect any severe storms in Van Alstine. This is likely just going to be some stronger storms that's left. That's approaching Van Alstine. So you are going to get some higher winds. You're definitely likely going to get some 40, 50, 55 mile per hour winds and some of the stronger storms. But these will likely remain, below severe limits. There's not really any hail. I mean, there might be a little pea-sized hail mixed in, but I mean, definitely heavy rain. Definitely some heavy rain moving in. Tell you what, downtown McKinney's, getting hit hard again. They had that pretty intense storm that came through that at least for a short while, and now they're really backfilling again, and now it's going to take another direct hit there. Hey, will Farmersville be okay? It's just cloudy right now. Yeah, you're done in Farmersville. I don't really see anything happening in Farmersville at this. By the time this makes it here, it's probably going to be north of 380. But again, it's starting to really fill back in the McKinney. At least another last gasp of it is. So the deeper reds are trying to fill back in, back over a similar area: El Dorado, Wilson Creek, Louisville. I'm sorry, Louisiana into Virginia, back towards Highway 75 there. But yeah, it's cleared out rapidly there in Frisco, Little Elm, Oak Point. Oak Point, you're done for the day. Durant, Oklahoma. Well, I would imagine this is likely going to be extended into Durant, the severe thunderstorm warning. So you are going to be getting likely some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with this extension of the severe thunderstorm. Um, you got a lot of intense lightning strikes coming your way, a lot of heavy rain. So this batch right here is over Whitesboro, over the Gainesville region. This is going to be lifting northeast here, so this will likely impact the Durant region here in the next 30 minutes or so. Oh. Hey, thank you, green and gray skies here in Durant. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, it's probably going to go down here fairly shortly. You still got this one cell, and again, it's moving southeast. So those are always an angle that we got to be concerned about. This storm, this hail threat has intensified out towards Ada, Oklahoma. But this one's a higher impact storm. This is the same cell that dropped a tornado through Pauls Valley, tornado warning through Stratford, tornado warning through Ada. Now this is actually taking a turn southeast. So this is probably likely coming out of a tornadic supercell into more of a hail threat. So this is the southeast turn. And so areas in the path are going to be in the Atoka area. So this is coming back towards southeastern Oklahoma. So this is a fairly significant hail, has some 2-inch diameter hail with this supercell. And now it's heading, southeast into southeastern Oklahoma. So this will likely be impacting possibly the Broken Bow area eventually. So this is moving southeast and this is moving northeast. So at some point, this is your probably going to be merging together somewhat as right over the southeastern Oklahoma and maybe the the Broken Bow region. Is our haze going to dissipate? Well, there's I know we had some fires, down towards Mexico and South Texas, and that's the haze and that's some of the smoke that was coming off those fires. So, we got a south wind. That's that warm wind, southwest wind. So, depending on what's happening with those fires, I haven't really checked today. Anything in Salina? I mean, it's the stuff is kind of winding down. There's the city of Salina, so it's already trying to clear out and prosper. It's cleared out in Oak Point. This is kind of the last gasp, if you will, right, hugging the Highway 380 corridor. This is hugging right, Highway 380 there. Yeah. Please let me know. My in-laws are on the road near Collinsville. So let's look at some of the latest hell core here. So, all right. So they're heading towards, you said, the Collinsville area. Oops. That was Illinois. All right. So yeah, it looks like most of the hail is actually kind of past you. So this is Collinsville. This is lifting northeast, is mainly over South Mod. Uh, but yeah, it's going to be pretty much almost done with done towards Collinsville. This is likely crossing over, Highway 82, heading towards Pottsboro. But this would be your larger hail right here. Sirens going off in Salina. Sirens going off in Salina. Why would sirens be going off in Salina? So here's Salina. This is Salina right here. This is Preston. You got green over Salina. So I mean, unless you're getting these are higher winds, crossing over Highway 82. You're probably hearing the sirens for some of the higher winds that's well north of you. But there's nothing happening in Salina. But yes, this storm right here has some 70-mile-per-hour winds with it crossing over Highway 82. There's Highway 82 right here. I mean, do you get some of this eastward projector? I mean, it's possible. Again, this storm is trying to wind down here, and huh. Okay, so this is probably what you're seeing. This is South Ma. This is 56. Yeah, if anything, we're starting to see some rotation within that cell right here. It's likely rain wrapped or something, but there's something. This area is right here is rotating as it's approaching Highway 82. They are heading towards Pottsboro. Yeah, it's this area south of 56 here. This is the area that was showing some rotation heading towards 82 here. This is showing right here along Highway 82 heading towards Knollwood and the Pottsboro and Denison region. So those areas right there, South Maid, sorry. Hey Brooke, yeah, we do have some chances of storms tomorrow. It's kind of a similar setup, so we do have a chance. We do have more chances for storms tomorrow. Hey, I have to work in Dallas tonight. I don't get off till 2 a.m. Am I okay to go or should I stay? Yeah, no, I would. Everything's done. I mean, yeah, it's a clear night. It's gonna be nice. Ain't nothing going on at 2 a.m. for sure either. There's Dallas. Yeah, you got plenty of room. And there's Anna. This will be moved out of Melissa here shortly. Going to be a nice drive once you passed. This will be done. I mean, this is going to be done pretty quickly. There's nothing going on south of there. Nothing happening in Dallas. There's definitely nothing happening at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, things are kind of winding down for the evening, folks. There's nothing severe further south. That's in that storm, even southwest of the Metroplex, is gone. So um, that's all cleared out now. So things are starting to wind down, folks. There's not too much else going on. There's the last. This is the last severe thunderstorm that's approaching west of Sherman, coming out of Whitesboro, Denison. This is severe. Does have some 70-mile-per-hour winds with it. It does have some, ping pong size, maybe some mixed in golf ball size hail. Yeah, right around South Maid there. Going to be approaching Highway 82. Go ahead. Yeah, but most of the stronger activities, lifting out of North Texas and going to be heading into Oklahoma there. Yeah, so we only have basically one. Yeah, we got that one storm. Again out of Sherman. All right, so let's see what we're talking about here. Yeah, this is the storm. Hey Kenneth, how you doing? Appreciate becoming a member. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, so it's starting to show, at least some signs. I mean, this is a storm that's been rotating for a while. It's the same Pauls Valley storm. This is the storm that's been rotating since then that dropped the tornado. So it's coming back again. Looks like it's trying to kind of spin up again. Possible, rotation, trying to lower as it's already producing some fairly significant hail. These are moving southeast. This is heading towards the northern side of Atoka in Oklahoma. But yeah, we'll have to watch this area and see if it's trying to spin up again. But this area definitely has some larger hail with it, possibly up to a golf ball, maybe some 2-inch lime size hail. That one's moving southeast. This one's moving northeast. So like I mentioned, these are likely going to be merging at some point. These are definitely moving northeast. This is moving southeast. So maybe it merges over, probably, I don't know, somewhere in this vicinity right here. Likely, probably going to be merging together just northeast of Durant. What about Van Alstine? Yeah, I mean things are things are starting to wind down. Most of Melissa just again light to moderate rain left over. Things are really trying to clear out there. Prosper, McKinney, Salina, Melissa, Van Alstine. Yeah, there's Van Alstine. So you got again you got this stuff that's going to be trying to move more northeast now, but it's just some light to moderate rain. Everything's more or less kind of north of 380 now. So if you live south of 380, you're done for the evening. Yeah, if you live south of 380, there's no more rain. Enjoy what's left of daylight. Hey, big lightning now into the Bonham area. Yeah, we can let's go back to look at some of the high resolution guidance. So this is your HRRR model. This is kind of what we have as a guide to help us with the storms. I mean, this isn't been the greatest lately, but we got to use what we have. Here are some of the short range models. This is about 8 o'clock where we are now. You can definitely see the latest guidance, which I don't even think that even comes to fruition because there's literally no storms now, right? So there's not many storms left. But if anything, this settles down. You can see there's not much happening, right? For the rest of the evening, there's midnight, there's 1, there's 2, there's 3, there's 4. Looks like that goes into Arkansas. 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, the big update's coming. I can go back to the 18Z and see what we're showing, but it's going to be probably skewed. I don't like the 18Z very much, but I'm not going to, we can't wait for the 0Z. It's not updated yet. But obviously this did not come to fruition. This is what some of the models were showing right at 6 o'clock. This obviously didn't happen the way some of the models, said it was going to happen. We were going to be expecting some larger supercells across the Metroplex. This just did not come to fruition to what some of the model data was showing. There's 7 o'clock. Obviously, right now, this is not what the radar looks like. There's heading into East Texas, so everything didn't really pan out. So this is what you have to use. I mean, so this is there's 7 o'clock in the morning. Let's go back until tomorrow's storm. So I like the 0Z data better, but this is again old. That's 4 o'clock. There's 5 o'clock. This is what the latest model has. There's 6 o'clock. This is tomorrow. This is tomorrow, folks. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. This is tomorrow night. 11. So again, I like the 0Z better, but you get the drill. We're pretty much done for the night, and we're gonna ramp back up again towards that 4 o'clock tomorrow, and then we'll be watching the storms. Again, move across the Metroplex. Yeah, there's definitely some thunderstorms in Athens. You're actually under that flood warning. You're getting all the heavier rain down there. You've already had some. Wow, look at that! 2 to 3 inches of rain down there in Athens. 1 to 2 inches more. So there's definitely been some heavier rain further south. And again, you're now the heaviest stuff is going to be crossing over Highway 82. You're going to be crossing over Highway 82 now. Rain just hit in Sherman. So here is the city of Sherman. So even you guys have some deeper purples to contend with, some very heavy rain as this is pushing north of Highway 82 now, and heading towards the Pottsboro region, towards Denison. Yeah, there's the city of Knollwood. Yeah, getting confirmation of that intense heavy rain. Yeah, look at that. Look at that deeper reds here. Even more intense just off to your west. But you can see it doesn't really last long, doesn't last long, 10, 15 minutes or so. And this will, even for you, this will clear out. Might have some sporadic stuff coming back behind it, but more or less, things are starting to wind down for sure. Yeah, Durant would be your next in line. So you're likely going to be getting the extension of that severe thunderstorm warning. So they just extended this one. This one's heading out of Kingston. This continues to lift further into Oklahoma. And this would likely be extended as well from Sherman into Denison. So likely expecting, in Durant, Oklahoma, lightning strikes, heavier rain, some quarter size hail, potentially, maybe even some bigger if this will, kind of hold together. But there's the hail core just north of Sherman, north of Knollwood, heading towards Denison. Definitely some higher winds with this cell as it's going to continue to lifting into Durant area. But yeah, definitely things are kind of winding down for the evening, folks. There's not much happening left in North Texas. East Texas is mainly a rain event. I don't really expect any more severe stuff out east into East Texas. We got flood warnings further south into Athens. If you live west in the western side of Oklahoma, not much happening. We're getting some, again, the hail core on this cell, this one cell is going to be pretty intense. So if you're in this line of fire, if you will, you're going to get some larger hail because this has been a known case to produce some significant hail as this is going to be diving southeast. Now these are going to be merging together, so that's likely going to be just disrupting and kind of losing the luster of this storm. So as soon as these storms kind of combine with each other, then they're kind of probably phase each other out. They're both kind of weaken each other, if you will. But I'm probably going to be ending live coverage tonight, folks. Everything's kind of winding down now. There's not much left to talk about. I don't really see anything kind of bubble up any further, at least, especially based on the latest, some of the high resolution guidance of what's to come for the rest of the evening. So it should be a nice evening. Much of Texas, even much of Oklahoma. This is all pushing southeastern Oklahoma. Things have cleared out nicely in Oklahoma City, Norman, those areas, Tulsa. Yeah, all this is going to be east of you. This is all moving northeast. There's really only two cells to contend with, but I do feel once these kind of merge together in this area, they're going to be losing their intensity quickly. All right, guys. Hey, appreciate you tuning in for live coverage. We'll update you in the morning what's happening for tomorrow, and then we'll likely be back with more live coverage for tomorrow, probably starting about 4 o'clock. All right, y'all have a good night. Bye.